The beast with the giant eyes was at least several hundreds of thousands of meters away from Xianxia, so at such a distance, even if he was extremely strong, it was difficult for him to fully perceive the situation due to the isolation power of the dragon pool. He could only detect there was some commotion where Xianxia was. This brat hasn't broken through yet. The beast with the giant eyes felt a little strange. How could he have not broken through after he swallowed so much dragon pool power? Could it be that this junior's talent is just that horrendous? However, it was clear that this little one was very determined. The beast heaved a sigh and was satisfied that Xianxia had the right attitude. He could not blame Xianxia for not being talented enough. He would just go deeper and give this brat some room to cultivate. After all, he couldn't fight with a brat just because he was disturbed. The beast with giant eyes did not intend to help Xianxia. A dragon's breakthrough depended mainly on themselves and outsiders could not help. The giant beast silently swam down another 100,000 meters until it finally could not feel the disturbances above. Time flew by and 2 months later, Xianxia's body size increased again by nearly 10,000 meters. Now his dragon form was almost 60,000 meters. 50,000 meters was the baseline for being an ancient dragon, which was comparable to a newly advanced 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Xianxia's 60,000 meters dragon form meant that he had firmly established himself in this realm. It was unimaginable for a dragon to grow by 10,000 meters within 2 months. If dragons really could grow at such speeds, there would have been a terrifying number of ancient and divine dragons throughout history. This was all because Xianxia was able to devour enormous amounts of the dragon pool power during that short period of time, and even that was only possible with the assistance of the great sun and moon marks. The yin-yang power left behind by the burning light and serene glimmer was also essential as it acted like a millstone to grind and refine the power from the dragon pool, so Xianxia could more easily absorb it. However, Xianxia also noticed that the more he progressed, the more difficult it became to improve. When he first came here, his body size could increase by several dozens to over 100 meters a day, but currently it was down to less than a dozen meters a day. One reason was his dragon vein was stronger and purer, so the same amount of dragon pool power was unable to enhance him as much as before. The second was the dragon pool power at his location had again been depleted. After such wanton consumption, the dragon pool power was much thinner than before. This time, Xianxia did not wait for the dragon pool power to be completely depleted. As soon as he felt that the power was significantly weaker than before, Xianxia proceeded downwards another 100,000 meters. The beast with the giant eyes was disturbed once again and flared his nostrils furiously. What's the meaning of this? Is that brat intentionally taunting me? He wondered. Another 2 months later, he felt a disturbance from above. It appeared like the annoying junior had descended again. He decided that 3 times was the limit of his tolerance. One more intrusion into his territory and he would be forced to discipline that brat. 2 months later, the beast with the giant eyes looked up again. But now he was not angry and instead full of doubts as he once again perceived movement from above. He previously thought that those movements were made by that junior using the ancient dragon vein tempering art, but now it seemed like something was amiss. After so much time, whoever it was should have achieved a breakthrough already. If he or she had failed at achieving a breakthrough, then this junior should have been crippled if not killed by the amount of dragon pool power they had absorbed. How could they just continue to cultivate? Now curious and suspicious, he gathered his aura and silently swam upward to have a look at what was going on. Xianxia was dividing his attention between devouring the dragon pool power with the great sun and moon marks, and cultivating the Tao of Time using the bloodline inheritance he had just unlocked. The main reason why Xianxia went deeper every 2 months was he was aware of the inconveniences he was causing the grand dragons and young dragons above. The dragon pool power seemed to bubble up from bottom to top, so if he depleted all the dragon pool power where he was, then the grand dragons and young dragons above him would not be able to cultivate properly. Thus, when he sensed that the dragon pool power around him was getting thinner, he would descend another 100,000 meters. Even if he was eating all the meat, leaving some soup for others was only polite. It had been half a year since his breakthrough, and his achievements were significant already. His dragon form had increased by nearly 20,000 meters, for a grand total of 67,000 meters. On top of that, his gains in the Tao of Time were significant. Yang Kai felt that with a little more effort, he would be able to ascend to the next level of mastery over the Tao of Time. When that happened, his Tao of Time would reach the 7th level, standing above all others within sight. However, while he was concentrating on his cultivation, he suddenly had a strange feeling. The yin and yang power of the burning light and serene glimmer in his body was rapidly weakening. Yang Kai was momentarily stunned, but quickly realized that the two powers were about to run out. The power Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan gifted him back then had already purified his bloodline and dragon veins several times over the years. Even now, they were intermingling like a millstone, grinding the dragon pool power for him to absorb. Unfortunately, these powers were not his own and would eventually run out one day. Yang Kai was also prepared for this, but obviously did not expect it to be so soon. He was not disappointed, however. If it was not for this yin-yang millstone helping him, he would never have been able to refine the dragon pool power so quickly, even if he could withstand the huge amount he absorbed into his body. His progress would not have been so rapid. Yang Kai had already gained enough benefits. Before entering the dragon pool, his grand dragon body was only 35,000 meters in length, but 1 year later, he had grown to 67,000 meters. In this time, his dragon vein had become incomparably pure. How could he not be satisfied with his achievements and progress? As the power of the burning light and serene glimmer weakened, the invisible millstone in his body also began to collapse. Yang Kai soon felt the pressure inside his body increasing. When the millstone was grinding, regardless of how much dragon pool power he devoured, it was quickly refined and absorbed, but that was over now. Too much absorption was now causing him to become bloated. Yang Kai suspected that if he continued on like this, he would eventually explode and die. The dragons who entered the dragon pool would dive to an appropriate depth, claim a stretch of territory, and cultivate. The further they went down, the denser the power became. However, they had to be able to absorb and refine the dragon pool power to benefit from it. Each member of the dragon clan had to find their own limits when entering the dragon pool. Yang Kai relied on the power of the burning light and serene glimmer to ignore these limitations and dive to a depth of over 1 million meters with a meager size of 35,000 meters. The power Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan gave him declined extremely quickly, like an arrow at the end of its flight. Just half an hour after Yang Kai noticed the diminishing returns, the two forces had completely disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai frantically stopped the great sun and moon marks, but even so he felt a lot of pressure. The dragon pool power he was wantonly absorbing before now felt like a huge burden. He could barely resist with the power from his dragon vein. What's more, the outside pressure was also beginning to affect him as he could not absorb the ambient power. He could not remain at this depth any longer or something bad would happen to him. With his mind made up, Yang Kai decided to head back up. However, when he opened his eyes, he was shocked. Two huge eyes were staring at him, glimmering and full of curiosity. Yang Kai was now 67,000 meters in length, which was a considerable size, so if he felt that the entity in front of him was huge, then what was looking at him must be enormous. Yang Kai's dragon pressure instantly surged and he almost clawed at the stranger who was looking at him. However, he managed to hold back at the last moment because he could see what was in front of him was a huge dragon head. Looking behind the dragon head, he could not even see the end of this being. In an instant, Yang Kai could tell that this was an ancient dragon, an extremely powerful ancient dragon with a body of almost 100,000 meters. If the ancient dragon realm started at 50,000 meters, then above 100,000 meters would naturally be the divine dragon. Yang Kai immediately knew who it was and asked, "Senior Fu Guang?" When he was previously a guest in Huang Xinyang's phoenix nest, Yang Kai deliberately asked her about the dragon clan's situation. Huang Xinyang saw no reason to keep anything from him if the information was not confidential. According to Xinyang, there was a divine dragon in the dragon clan who was the current clan head. The number of ancient dragons should be more than a dozen, but they were usually cultivating in seclusion and were not openly seen by others. The ones who presided over the affairs of the dragon clan at the No Return Pass were the three ancient dragons that Yang Kai once greeted. They were also known as the three elders of the dragon clan. Those three ancient dragons were very old and powerful, but they had all exhausted their potential, and so there was no hope of them ever advancing to become divine dragons. In other words, their current strength was their limit and there was no possibility of them advancing further. However, among the members of the dragon clan, there was one ancient dragon who had reached the upper limits of his current realm, but had not exhausted his potential, and thus had hope of breaking through to become a divine dragon. Fu Guang. More than 5,000 years ago, Fu Guang had already reached the limits of the ancient dragon realm and then entered retreat deep in the dragon pool. He had not been seen since. According to Xianxia, Fu Guang would either become a divine dragon and emerge from the pool, or die in the dragon pool's depths. If he died, then his dragon force would escape into the dragon pool, leaving behind a legacy for the future generations. Without such determination, an ancient dragon who was attempting to make the final breakthrough would not easily enter the dragon pool. Throughout history, the dragon clan had many ancient dragons who died in the dragon pool without ever stepping out of it. Rumor had it that there were many dragon bones buried in the deepest part of the dragon pool. Of course, Xianxia was part of the Phoenix clan and could not be sure about this. However, they all lived in the No-Return Pass, so it was normal to have some understanding of each other. Fu Guang had been in retreat in the depths of the dragon pool for 5,000 years. No one knew how he was doing, only that he was still alive. Still, 5,000 years was nothing for a dragon clan member. The dragons had extremely long lifespans, so 5,000 years was considered brief when living more than 50,000 years was a given. What's more, each time the dragon pool opened, it was impossible for the later generation dragon clan members to descend anywhere near where Fu Guang had secluded himself. Thus, none of them knew if his retreat was going smoothly. However, for him to remain in the depths of the dragon pool for 5,000 years, it was obvious that progress was not coming easily to him. When an ancient dragon, who was close to becoming a divine dragon, appeared at this depth of the dragon pool, Xianxia was certainly able to guess his identity. This was a white dragon, and even at this depth in the dragon pool, it was difficult to hide its pure glory. Although the ancient dragon did not exert any dragon pressure, Xianxia felt stifled just by being stared at by those eyes. Although his source was slightly inferior to Xianxia's, this ancient dragon's bloodline was much stronger than his. Fu Guang nodded lightly and asked curiously, "Which family do you hail from?" The dragon clan was divided into three families, the Fu, Zhu, and Ji. The dragon clan's bloodline was being continued by these three families, which was why Fu Guang was surprised that he did not feel the bloodline aura of any of these three families from this young one. Moreover, if he was not mistaken, when he first perceived this youngster, he was using the ancient dragon vein tempering art, which meant that he was not yet an ancient dragon. Under up-close observation, this youngster was already a nearly 70,000 meters long ancient dragon. It was simply unimaginable for a dragon to have such a huge improvement in less than a year's time. Even for someone as gifted as himself, it was impossible to have such an achievement. Throughout history, no dragon had ever grown so rapidly. It was completely beyond Dragon Clan's ability to understand how this could be accomplished. While asking the question, Fu Guang inadvertently looked at Xianxia's two front dragon claws. When he noticed the great sun and moon marks, he realized that they must have something to do with this junior's rapid growth and the enormous consumption of dragon pool power. "Senior, I am not a dragon of the no-return pass." Since he was sure that the ancient dragon before him was Fu Guang, Xianxia had nothing to fear. At least, he would not be attacked for no reason. "You're not a dragon of the no-return pass?" Fu Guang was slightly surprised as he continued to ask, "Did you return to your roots from the outside to pay respects to your ancestors?" Xianxia shook his head and explained, "No, I am human. It was a coincidence that I had the opportunity to refine a dragon source and advance to become an ancient dragon. During that process, my bloodline was purified." Fu Guang was even more surprised and exclaimed, "Human? Those few stubborn old goats actually agreed to let you into the dragon pool." He obviously knew the stubbornness of those ancient dragons. The dragon pool was fundamental to the existence of the dragon clan, so no one was worthy to enter it except for the pureblood dragons. He wondered what they were thinking to let a human enter the dragon pool. However, Fu Guang soon nodded lightly and said, "Whether you were a human or not before, now that your bloodline is pure, you can be considered part of the dragon clan. Furthermore, you are already an ancient dragon." As he said, he continued to study Yang Kai. He noted that Yang Kai's golden dragon source was extremely powerful. If he was not mistaken, it should be the legendary source that was lost all those eons ago. No wonder those stubborn old goats were willing to let him enter the dragon pool. They must have taken this into consideration. Unaware of the other party's thoughts, Yang Kai was slightly stunned when he heard what Fu Guang said and said with a touch of dismay, "Yes, this junior is part of the dragon clan now." Fu Guang laughed slightly and asked, "What's the matter? Are you reluctant to give up being a human?" Fu Guang nodded and said, "Although someone like you is very rare, there have been a few recorded in my dragon clan's history. I do not understand your feelings, as there is no downside to being part of the dragon clan. At least when comparing to others in the equivalent realm, the dragons are much stronger than humans. Senior's vision is truly sharp. They are indeed from those two seniors." Yang Kai was not surprised, since Huang Xinyang could recognize the origins of the two marks at a glance. There was no reason why Fu Guang could not. Fu Guang swam around Yang Kai with some curiosity and asked, "Those two marks can draw in and absorb the dragon pool power? I've never heard of anything like them before. However, since they are marks granted by those two, it's not surprising that they have this ability. What I wonder is how you managed to withstand such a huge amount of power inside your body. By right, you should have exploded long ago." He had been observing Yang Kai for a while and was truly puzzled by this situation. Yang Kai explained, "When those two seniors granted me their marks, they also gifted me a portion of their pure yin and yang powers. When this junior sucked in the dragon pool power, the yin and yang power turned into something like a millstone and ground it down, allowing me to rapidly absorb and refine the dragon pool power." Fu Guang was amazed and exclaimed, "There is such a thing?" He had never known of such a possibility. Even the entire dragon clan knew nothing about this. Otherwise, the ancient books would have records of these capabilities. This brat in front of him not only had the marks of the burning light and serene glimmer, but he had also received a part of their powers. That meant that they considered him in high regard. The burning light and serene glimmer would never grant their powers to others lightly. At least, Fu Guang had never heard of anyone having such an opportunity before. Come, activate those two marks again," Fu Guang asked eagerly. Yang Kai shook his head rapidly and said, "Senior, unfortunately, this junior has exhausted the yin and yang powers of those two. If I draw in any more dragon pool power, I won't be able to handle it. What are you afraid of? Just do as I say. I'm here and will take care of you." Fu Guang spoke with utmost confidence, as if he wanted to reassure Yang Kai and let him act boldly. Yang Kai was at a loss for what to do and about what Fu Guang's intentions were. However, considering that Fu Guang was close to becoming a divine dragon, he was surely not a match if things got out of hand. Besides, it should not matter if he just demonstrated the two marks' ability a little for Fu Guang to see. With that in mind, Yang Kai nodded his head and said, "In that case, Junior will show you how they work." He then activated the great sun and moon marks on his two dragon claws. The moment the marks shone, they started to suck in the rich dragon pool power from the surrounding area. Yang Kai was prepared to stop at a moment's notice, as he did not have the yin-yang millstone inside him anymore. He really could not withstand too much dragon pool power entering his body. However, just as he activated the two marks, Fu Guang made his move. His nearly 100,000 meters dragon form vibrated immediately, and his dragon scales stood on end. As he did so, Fu Guang's dragon body suddenly turned into what seemed like a bottomless abyss, madly devouring the incoming dragon pool's power. Feeling his dragon vein roar and his bones crack loudly, Fu Guang's eyes lit up. Yang Kai was not experiencing too much pressure, because almost 80% of the dragon pool power drawn in by the great sun and moon marks was being intercepted by Fu Guang, leaving a mere 20% to enter Yang Kai's body. Although it was still a bit uncomfortable for Yang Kai, it was within his ability to tolerate. At least he would not be at risk of dying anymore. Xianxia said that Fu Guang had been in retreat in the depths of the dragon pool for 5,000 years. If he had not broken through yet, it meant that advancing from an ancient dragon to a divine dragon was no easy task. If Xianxia could help him achieve a breakthrough, it would be an enormous favor, not only to Fu Guang himself, but to the entire dragon clan. The dragon clan had only one divine dragon right now, so their overall strength would soar with an additional one. As Xianxia was thinking about this, Fu Guang signaled to Xianxia to stop. Xianxia obediently did as he was told. Fu Guang pondered silently while glancing at Xianxia every now and then, as if he was thinking about how to make a request. He also appeared very hesitant. Xianxia was amused and wondered just what he was going to say. What is there to hesitate about? The advancement to become a divine dragon should be far more important compared to owing a favor or some notion of pride. Nonetheless, even with such thoughts, he did not say anything and just waited in silence. After a long time, Fu Guang said awkwardly, "Kid, do you want to dual cultivate with me?" Xianxia was shocked and stuttered, "Dual? Dual cultivate with you? What the hell are you talking about? Why did you suddenly bring this up? Are you actually a female dragon? But it doesn't look like it, and your voice is obviously too low to be that of a female." Xianxia doubtfully thought. Fu Guang nodded seriously and said, "Yes, cultivate with me. See, you can draw in an enormous amount of dragon pool power by using those two marks. However, you can't digest it all, so I can digest most of it for you while you absorb the rest yourself." Xianxia choked and remarked, "Oh, ahem. So, this is what you meant by dual cultivate with you?" He thought that Fu Guang was referring to something else. Fu Guang said with a straight face, "Of course. What else could I have meant?" Xianxia was speechless, and even suspected that Fu Guang did not understand what the connotation was. In Fu Guang's mind, dual cultivation simply meant cultivating together. Noticing that Xianxia did not agree immediately, Fu Guang said, "Of course, this is more beneficial to me, but I will not let you suffer a loss. Let's do this. You are now a pure-blood dragon and can only enhance your bloodline on your own without anyone's guidance. However, my dragon clan's bloodline talent is the Tao of Time. If you agree to my request, I can give you a few pointers while you cultivate." Xianxia's eyes lit up when he heard what Fu Guang said and exclaimed, "Really?" Fu Guang nodded. "Of course. Many thanks, Senior." Even if Fu Guang did not offer to give him pointers on improving his mastery over the Tao of Time, Xianxia was already planning on helping him. If Xianxia really helped him become a divine dragon, then the dragon clan would owe him a huge favor. Now, with the added benefits on top, Xianxia would certainly not refuse. "Do you agree?" Fu Guang asked to confirm. This junior can't think of a reason to refuse. "Very good." Fu Guang slithered his dragon form and continued, "This matter cannot be delayed. Come with me." It had been over a year since the dragon pool opened, so Xianxia would leave in at most a few years' time. Thus, Fu Guang did not want to waste even a single moment. Xianxia followed Fu Guang closely, diving deeper into the pool. He did not know how deep they went, but Xianxia felt that he had reached his limit. If he went any deeper, the dense dragon pool power around him would kill him even if he did not activate the great sun and moon marks. Xianxia was not surprised that Fu Guang looked so relaxed. After all, there was a difference of over 30,000 meters between their sizes. Fu Guang was on the cusp of becoming a divine dragon, so it was only natural that he would be able to resist the pressure better than himself in the dragon pool. Fu Guang also sensed this, and without waiting for Xianxia to say anything, he took the initiative to stop and said, "This will do." Xianxia promptly replied, "As you wish, Senior." Fu Guang was very considerate and explained, "You should slowly activate the great sun and moon marks and progressively draw in the dragon pool power. You don't have to do it all at once. Just slowly adjust it." Xianxia nodded and replied, "I'll try." He had never tried to control the great sun and moon marks, because previously, he had the yin-yang millstone in his body to help him grind however much power he could draw in. Now that he was going to help Fu Guang cultivate, though, it was necessary to use a more refined method. "Coil up your body," Fu Guang said. When Yang Kai heard this, he quickly coiled himself into a ball. Fu Guang placed Yang Kai in the middle and wrapped him with his body for protection. On seeing this, Yang Kai felt a lot more assured. In this way, the dragon pool power sucked in by the great sun and moon marks would be devoured by Fu Guang first, and only what he could not take in would flow to him. Thus, Yang Kai's safety was guaranteed. The great sun and moon marks were activated and the dragon pool power began to swirl around them. This time, Yang Kai deliberately tried to control the two marks and found that it was actually not difficult to manipulate them. When Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan gave him these two marks back then, this should have been taken into consideration. However, the marks still pulled in the dragon pool power at an alarming rate. This place was already a few million meters deep into the dragon pool, so the surrounding power was very dense. Any kind of suction force would draw the power in like tsunami. Fu Guang grunted as his huge form shook. His dragon scales stood on end and his body instantly became like a bottomless abyss, devouring the dragon pool power that he absorbed. Yang Kai, who was surrounded by Fu Guang's dragon body, was a bit nervous, but soon realized that he had worried over nothing. The majority of the dragon pool's power was swallowed up by Fu Guang, and not a single bit came to him. Seeing this, Yang Kai gradually strengthened the power of the marks, and more dragon pool power was drawn. Yang Kai slowly increased the suction force of the marks until he reached about 70% of maximum when he began to feel some of the power overflowing to him. That also meant that Fu Guang was at the limit of how much he could absorb. He gestured to Yang Kai, who understood and strengthened the power of the marks a bit more. With Fu Guang's cooperation, the excess dragon pool power that flowed to Yang Kai was devoured and refined by him. Both Yang Kai and Fu Guang were silently adapting to the current pressure of the incoming power. Yang Kai found that without the burning light and serene glimmers Yin-Yang millstone to assist him, he could not refine all the dragon pool power that he drew in, and a large part of it simply passed through his pores and back out into the dragon pool. Previously, with the Yin-Yang millstone, no matter how much dragon pool power he drew into his body, Yang Kai was able to refine it quickly and not a drop remained. This was also the reason why he was able to advance to become an ancient dragon so quickly and grow to a shock 67,000 meters in one session. Now, without that millstone, Yang Kai finally felt the difficulty of a dragon cultivating and breaking through. It was no wonder that Fu Guang had not been able to attain a breakthrough even after staying in the depths of Dragon Pool for 5,000 years. If he, as an ancient dragon of 67,000 meters, was already having difficulty, there was no need to mention Fu Guang, who was only one step away from becoming a divine dragon. Yang Kai did not know if this attempt could help Fu Guang break through his bottleneck. However, since Fu Guang had made the request, he could only do his best and leave the rest to fate. Unlike Yang Kai's current relaxed situation, Fu Guang's devouring of the dragon pool power was much more intense. Yang Kai could even hear the dragon vein inside Fu Guang roaring like a river. Apart from that, the latter's body would occasionally crack open and dragon blood would gush out everywhere. This was obviously the result of the pressure he was under. Although he looked miserable, Fu Guang's spirits appeared buoyant, but this couldn't be helped. Before Yang Kai entered the dragon pool, he had also tried using the ancient dragon vein tempering art, drawing in as much power of the dragon pool as possible to use the pressure to break through his own shackles. However, in these 5,000 years little progress was made. It seemed his body had reached a limit and it was impossible to advance any further to become a divine dragon. He had pondered a lot during these 5,000 years. The ancient method was actually quite useful in terms of refining his dragon vein. The problem was that he simply could not draw in enough dragon pool power to meet the requirements for a breakthrough. That was why after he saw the great sun and moon marks on Yang Kai dragon claws, Fu Guang began to think that if Yang Kai could help him pull in a massive amount of dragon pool power, he might have an opportunity to achieve a breakthrough. The two marks proved to be more effective in drawing in the dragon pool power than the ancient dragon vein tempering art that he was using. Previously, while cultivating, Fu Guang vaguely felt some subtle changes to his dragon vein, so he knew it was working. Although he could not see any signs of breakthrough, any change was better than none. His only fear was nothing changing at all. Now, however, the changes were far more noticeable. If he could succeed this time, then the entire dragon clan could become more prosperous in the future. Since ancient times, The dragon clan had produced numerous ancient dragons. However, there were very few divine dragons. There were never more than 3 in the same era, with the biggest reason for this being that the last hurdle was just too difficult to overcome. If Fu Guang could break through and become a divine dragon using this new method though, then the next time an ancient dragon wanted to break through to become a divine dragon, they could simply ask Xianxia for help. If all went well, the number of divine dragons in the dragon clan might achieve new heights. With this hypothesis in mind, he looked at Xianxia as if he had found some kind of precious treasure. Several more days passed, and both Xianxia and Fu Guang had completely adapted to the pressures they were under. Fu Guang suddenly opened his mouth and spat out his own dragon bead. The dragon bead was quite large, round, flawless, and completely white. Xianxia also had a dragon bead, but his was incomparable to Fu Guang's. Fu Guang's dragon bead seemed to have no other characteristics than being beautiful. However, Xianxia could feel the heaven-destroying and earth-shattering power contained within it. This was the result of Fu Guang's dragon force. For dragons, their dragon bead was just like a monster beast's monster core, the foundation of their existence. It was also their trump card when facing a strong enemy. In times of desperation, a dragon could take out their dragon bead to attack the enemy. Of course, there were great risks involved in doing this, which was why a monster beast would not summon their monster core unless desperate, much less a noble dragon. Xianxia had done it once before in order to kill Zhu Feng territory lord, but that one single clash had resulted in his dragon bead being damaged, and without the help of Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's power, it would have taken him hundreds if not thousands of years to recover. He did not know what Fu Guang was doing by suddenly spitting out his dragon bead at this time. However, it was soon obviously that this was how the latter was planning to guide him on how to better master the Tao of Time. Watch carefully. As Fu Guang shouted, the dragon bead began to rotate. From that dragon bead, pure dragon force emerged and formed a layer of haze around the bead. At the same time, the flawless white dragon bead also began to transform. The white dragon bead soon turned into different colors and the entire dragon bead became pockmarked. Not only that, the dragon bead seemed to have a strange power surging within it. Xianxia's dragon eyes widened as he stared at this scene, and soon he was shocked. What he saw was no longer a dragon bead, but rather a universe world. The haze of dragon force was the barrier around this universe world. This was a newborn lifeless universe world, but with the convergence of the powers of the 7 elements, a transformation began to occur and the barren universe world also gradually changed. First, an ocean appeared. Then some green began to spread around. The originally white dragon bead became green and blue. The aura of life slowly appeared in the sea, and soon spread to the land. The first lives were very fragile and could not withstand any disturbance. The slightest interference and it spelled disaster for them. Rebirth followed each destruction and eventually, life took a hold and managed to tenaciously survive. Over time, life flourished and the whole world thrived. Xianxia realized that Fu Guang was using his dragon bead to show him the evolution of the Tao of Time. Time was an extremely subtle power, more mysterious and esoteric than even the Tao of space. The Dragon Clan's bloodline talent was the Tao of Time, so they had no need to deliberately cultivate it. When a dragon's bloodline became pure to a certain degree, the inheritance hidden deep in their bloodline would awaken. Still, it was very difficult for a dragon to master this power. Xianxia did not know for certain before, but now he had to admit that his ability to cultivate the Tao of Time was linked to his dragon bloodline. Otherwise, it would not make sense for him to be able to cultivate the Tao of Time while being proficient in the Tao of space. Now he was an ancient dragon and his dragon vein was extremely pure, so his bloodline talent had awakened. All that was needed was for him to enhance his own understanding in the Tao of Time. Fu Guang's display greatly made up for this. He was an ancient dragon who was just a step away from becoming a divine dragon. Looking at the entire dragon clan, it could be said that apart from the current dragon clan head, he was the most powerful. With the help of his own dragon bead, Fu Guang displayed the wonders of the Tao of Time for Xianxia, with no regard for how much of his strength he used up from his source. This was an opportunity that not just anyone could have. Even Fu Guang would not have done such a thing if he had not requested Yang Kai's help. Yang Kai's mind and soul had been completely absorbed by the dragon bead. It was as if he was inside of it, experiencing all the wonders of the Tao of time. It was as if he was sucked in and could no longer feel the passage of time in the outside world. Every moment was like tens of thousands of years. The whole world's living creatures became extinct just before the universe collapsed under a violent shock and turned into an empty black abyss. Yang Kai's eyes finally blinked and his mind regained its clarity. He saw Fu Guang swallowing his dragon bead back into his mouth and looked at him with an odd expression. Fu Guang originally thought that Yang Kai's attainment in the Tao of Time would only be superficial. However, when Yang Kai's mind and soul became immersed in his dragon bead, Fu Guang realized that something was wrong. This kid's attainments in the Tao of Time were not low at all. In fact, he could perceive that the time principles Yang Kai could manipulate were extremely powerful and profound. Apart from Fu Guang, the only ones that could be compared were the clan head and the 3 elder ancient dragons. As for the other ancient dragons, they were all probably inferior to this boy. Moreover, he could clearly feel that Yang Kai's mastery over the Tao of Time had advanced another level just now. "How is it?" Fu Guang asked. Yang Kai slowly came to his senses and said gratefully, "Many thanks for your guidance, senior." Fu Guang's feeling was right. Yang Kai had indeed taken another step forward in his mastery over the Tao of Time, reaching the 7th level, standing above all others within sight. The most obvious change was the speed of time flow in his small universe. Previously, the speed of time in his small universe was 4 times faster than that of the outside world. Now it was 5 times faster. The faster time flow in his small universe meant that the living beings in his small universe could grow more rapidly, while the spirit herbs planted in his small universe could also be harvested more frequently. Most importantly, Yang Kai's own heritage would accumulate faster. Although Yang Kai did not know how much real time had passed outside, his mind had been following the transformation of the universe within Fu Guang's dragon bead for countless eons, sensing the mysteries in the flow of time. It was not surprising that he could make a breakthrough in mastery. Fu Guang nodded lightly. "So, it was not in vain. The dragon pool is about to reopen. You should leave soon." Yang Kai was dumbfounded as he asked, "How long has it been?" "Almost 3 years. 3 years? It seemed like an instant." "Senior, you—" Yang Kai suddenly felt a little hesitant. He had gained a lot from this session, but Fu Guang did not seem to have attained a breakthrough. If he left at this time, that would mean that everything had been for naught. Seeming to sense Yang Kai's thoughts, Fu Guang said, "The power I have accumulated is already enough. All that remains is the evolution of my bloodline. No external force can help me now." Over the past 3 years, the dragon pool power that Yang Kai drew using the great sun and moon marks was almost equivalent to what Fu Guang would take in after 100 years of effort. This showed the immense power of the 2 marks. Previously, Fu Guang could not take this final step, because the ancient dragon vein tempering art he was using could not draw enough dragon pool power at once to apply sufficient pressure to force a breakthrough. However, this was not a problem with the great sun and moon marks. Although he could draw the same amount of dragon pool power in 100 years as Yang Kai did for him in 3 years, that did not mean that the effect was the same. Without Yang Kai's help, he might not have been able to take this final step in 100 years, or even 1,000 years. Now, Fu Guang could feel that his bloodline was changing, so it was time to finally take that last step. Maybe when the dragon pool opened again, the dragon clan would have another divine dragon. Yang Kai was relieved to hear him say that. He did not want to owe someone a favor. Fu Guang had instructed him on the Tao of Time, and Yang Kai helped him to advance to become a divine dragon. Thus, there was a mutual gain and neither owed the other. A dragon scale suddenly flew towards Yang Kai and Fu Guang said, "Bring this to those 3 old ghosts, and you will get the rewards that you deserve." Yang Kai reached out and grabbed it. He had a feeling that the dragon scale had been marked by Fu Guang's secret techniques, but he did not know what it said. He had no intention to pry either, as he had not done anything wrong to the dragon clan during his trip to the dragon pool, except for devouring a lot of dragon pool power. He even did Fu Guang a favor. Although he was now a pure-blood member of the dragon clan, and he had purged the part of him that was human when he broke through. Subconsciously, Xianxia still felt like he was human. A flash of light suddenly came from above. The light came from afar but seemed to penetrate the entire dragon pool. Immediately afterwards, a low voice sounded from above. "Time is up. Quickly leave the pool." The voice was naturally from one of the ancient dragon elders. Without delay, Xianxia nodded slightly at Fu Guang and said, "Farewell, senior. I hope to hear good news from you the next time we meet." Although Fu Guang said he had accumulated enough power, and all that was left was bloodline conversion, things might not go so smoothly. Just look at the number of divine dragons who had appeared throughout the dragon clan's history, and one would understand. If it was so easy to break through and become a divine dragon, then the number of divine dragons in the dragon clan would not be so low. "Go on." Fu Guang nodded lightly. Xianxia flicked his dragon tail and swam into the beam of light. This glowing path seemed to have the effect of warping space. He did not know how the dragon clan managed to do it, but Xianxia, who was millions of meters deep into the dragon pool, reached the top after just a blink of an eye. At this moment, in the huge square of the no-return pass where the 5 statues of the dragon emperors stood, a portal appeared. Dozens of dragon clan members gathered from all directions. 13 dragons then rushed out of the vortex, one after another, appearing in the no-return pass. Instantly, the dragons roared one after another, causing the void to shake. However, the dragon clan was stunned after seeing the condition of those who entered. Even the 3 ancient dragon elders frowned. This could not be helped though. After all, the growth of those that went in seemed too small during this dragon pool cultivation session. Their expectation was, among the 3 young dragons, the one called Big Brother G was sure to advance to become a grand dragon. After all, he was already over 9,000 meters and was not far from breaking through. A few years of training in the dragon pool should have been enough to cross this divide. Zhu Wuyu and Fu Qian were a little further behind, but if they were lucky, they might also be able to advance to become grand dragons. Although one young dragon had indeed advanced to become a grand dragon, he was just over 10,000 meters, which clearly indicated that he had broken through not too long ago. Zhu Wuyu and Fu Qian's progress was even more pitiful. They were barely 9,000 meters each, still a long way from becoming grand dragons. This was only the young dragon's performance though, and the grand dragons were even more disappointing. Among the 10 grand dragons who entered, at least 2 or 3 should have reached the ancient dragon realm. However, only Ji Lao-san had become an ancient dragon while the others were still grand dragons. Even their growth was unsatisfactory. The 3 ancient dragon elders had never seen a batch of descendants with such poor performance before. It could be said that this was definitely the group of dragons with the smallest achievements in the dragon pool in history. Some distance away, Huang Xinyang was sitting on a branch of the immortal parasol tree, dressed in her usual colorful robes. She swung her legs leisurely as she looked on eagerly at the unfolding drama. When she saw the state of the dragons that emerged out of the dragon pool, she smiled and muttered, "I knew it. When they let that human into the dragon pool, I knew that there would be a negative effect on the other dragons. It turns out that I was right." Feng Lu Lang stood next to her and frowned as he said, "Didn't the dragon clan ever consider checking his source?" Huang Xinyang pursed her lips and said, "The dragon clan is too proud. Even if that human had refined a dragon source, it was of no importance to them. Additionally, they made some agreements with the old ancestors from the human race so they would not waste their energy checking. What they did not know is that the source that human obtained was extremely powerful. Xianxia had the golden divine dragon source, the source of the 3rd generation dragon emperor. While the dragon clan did not know about this, the Phoenix clan had guessed it before he went in. This couldn't be helped, as Xianxia had been able to access a phoenix nest on his own. That phoenix nest belonged to the Phoenix Empress of the same era as the 3rd generation dragon emperor. The sources of these two were lost together, and had never been found. Since Xianxia was able to enter that phoenix nest, and he said that his wife obtained the source of that generation's Phoenix Empress, it was likely for that dragon emperor's source to be with him. Since the dragon clan was too lazy to check, the Phoenix clan head also did not bother to tell them. By letting such a person into the dragon pool, there certainly would be some impact. That was why when the dragon pool reopened this time, Huang Xinyang waited to watch the drama unfold. It was so boring staying at the no-return pass, and there was no place to have fun when they were cultivating in their phoenix nests. Huang Xinyang did not understand what Yang Kai did in the dragon pool. But why did the dragons who entered with him grow so little? Could their lack of performance be related to him? Even if his source originally belonged to the third-generation dragon emperor, it should not have such a dramatic effect, right? Nonetheless, her doubts were soon answered. Zhu Yu went straight to his parents' side and shouted, "That Yang Kai fellow is such a bastard. He snatched so much of the dragon pool power that we did not have enough for us to cultivate with." Zhu Yu's parents, an ancient dragon and a grand dragon, both frowned when they heard what had happened. It was common for clansmen to fight in the dragon pool for more power. When they first entered the dragon pool, they also fought with their other clansmen for a better position. Thus, Zhu Wuyu's accusations were quite flimsy. Zhu Wuyu's father, an ancient dragon, immediately reprimanded, "What is there to complain about if you are not as good as that human? Furthermore, that human should be able to transform into a grand dragon. Even if he fought with others, he wouldn't bother with your position. You've always been too lazy, which is why you did not advance much this time." Zhu Yu felt aggrieved and explained, "No, father. That guy really has something strange about him. I don't know what method he used, but he was somehow able to quickly devour an enormous amount of dragon pool power. My strength is weak and I occupied the uppermost position, but just half a month after entering the pool, the position where I was no longer had any dragon pool power at all." The dragon pool power was depleted that rapidly? Zhu Wuyu's mother, a grand dragon, appeared stunned. Zhu Yu nodded and continued, "Yes, so I went to Fu Qian's territory to fight for a better position, but after just half a month of fighting, his place also did not have any dragon pool power left. We continued descending through the pool to fight with the others, but no matter how deep we dove, the dragon pool power did not last long. It not only happened to where we three young dragons were, but also the places occupied by the senior grand dragons. Go ahead and ask them if you don't believe me." The ancient dragon turned his head and looked doubtfully at the others who had just emerged, to which all of them nodded in agreement. Upon hearing the explanation and seeing their collective reaction, the dragons, who were waiting in the square, loudly remarked, "No wonder all those who entered the dragon pool this time have not improved much. How can that be? The power of dragon pool should have been sufficient. How could it have dried up so quickly? The dragon pool power seeps up from bottom to top. If too much power is consumed at the lower depths, it would disrupt the replenishment above and then the top would dry up. But how can a mere human have that kind of ability? Or could that senior be the cause of it? It's possible. If his breakthrough was imminent, he would naturally require a tremendous amount of dragon pool power, and it would not be surprising for him to disrupt the density above. If it was really because of him, then these brats were just unlucky to enter the dragon pool at this time." Zhu Wuyu did not know who they were referring to. Fu Guang had been cultivating in the dragon pool for the past 5,000 years, and Zhu Wuyu was only a few hundred years old. Thus, he did not know of Fu Guang. Zhu Wuyu's parents certainly knew about Fu Guang though. If it was really because of him that these dragons did not advance much during this dragon pool cultivation session, then there was nothing they could do about it. After all, an additional divine dragon in the clan was worth far more than having a few more grand dragons or ancient dragons. When Zhu Yu heard their speculations, he complained, "Why do you all keep referring to that senior? It was all due to that human. Ask Third Uncle G if you don't believe me." Third Uncle G saw it clearly when that human broke through. A breakthrough! The group of dragons all gasped in surprise. Frankly, the dragon clan did not know the specifics and extent of that human's dragon bloodline. After all, Yang Kai had never exposed his dragon form or pressure to them. They only knew that he was a grand dragon, and even that was revealed to them by the human old ancestors. As Huang Xinyang said, the dragon clan had their pride, and even though Yang Kai managed to refine a dragon source, they did not take him seriously and did not bother to investigate. An old ancient dragon elder looked at Ji Lao San and asked, "Did that human really achieve a breakthrough in the dragon pool?" Ji Lao San nodded meekly, Before he entered the dragon pool, his dragon body was nearly 50,000 meters. Now, when he left the dragon pool, he was only 55,000 meters. But what about that human? When Xianxia entered the dragon pool, he was 35,000 meters, yet after just half a year, he managed to break through to become an ancient dragon. Now that 3 more years had passed, there was no way to guess just how much he had grown. Ji Lao San was a pure-blood dragon. To think that he could not even compete with the advancement rate of a mere human in the dragon pool. He was utterly ashamed of his poor performance compared to that dastardly human. The 3 old ancient dragon elders looked at each other, and they all saw the doubt in each other's eyes. They were all both surprised and doubtful that the human had achieved a breakthrough in the dragon pool. According to the information they received from the old ancestors, that human should only be a grand dragon. If he had achieved a breakthrough, then was he not an ancient dragon now? This was a bit abnormal. Throughout the ages, the dragon clan had indeed lost a lot of dragon sources, and many different individuals from different races had obtained them. However, one growing to such an extent was extremely rare. On the other hand, when they learned that the reason why their clansmen who entered dragon pool grew so little was due to that human, those dragon clan members surrounding the place became agitated. Some of the grand dragons even instigated the rest to teach Xianxia a lesson when he emerged from the pool. From Dragon Clan's standpoint, it was already an exception to allow an outsider to enter a sacred place such as the dragon pool. If the Ninth Order old ancestors had not come to an arrangement with the Dragon Clan, there was no way the latter would have agreed. It was enough that he was allowed to enter the dragon pool and gain some small benefits, but now, it turned out that he interfered with the growth of a dozen clansmen. How could this be tolerated? The dragon pool did not open regularly, and every dragon clan member cherished the opportunity to enter it to cultivate. While the dragons were busy complaining about what the human did, a golden light appeared at the swirling entrance of the dragon pool, followed by a large dragon head rushing out of it. An intense dragon pressure immediately engulfed the area, and the noisy square instantly fell silent. Amid the loud dragon roar, a huge dragon quickly emerged from the dragon pool. Those who were complaining angrily moments ago now looked up at the sky in a daze. The 3 ancient dragon elders were also flabbergasted. Ji Lao San's face began to twitch involuntarily. 70,000 meters. A full 70,000-meter ancient dragon. He was coiled above the no-return pass, glowing in splendid golden light. It was awe-inspiring, and the brilliance was simply unparalleled. Ji Lao San was filled with bitterness when he saw it and muttered internally, 70,000 meters. When Xianxia entered the dragon pool, he was only 35,000 meters, yet after just a few years, his dragon form had doubled in size. Throughout the ages, no dragon had ever been able to cultivate to such an extent in just one session in the dragon pool. As a 70,000-meter dragon, Xianxia was already considered to be extremely powerful as an ancient dragon within the Dragon Clan. What caused Ji Lao San to be speechless was that, under Xianxia's dragon pressure, he actually felt his hands and legs go limp. He was completely subdued. Not only him, but many other dragons, who were also ancient dragons, felt suppressed by the human's dragon pressure. Naturally, this came from their own bloodlines being suppressed. A golden dragon, the old woman of the 3 elders exclaimed in disbelief. Another elder was staring at one of the 5 dragon emperor statues. Naturally, the 3rd-generation dragon emperor's statue at this time also began to glow with a golden light. The aura from it resonated with the dragon in the sky, as if there was a connection between the two. So that's how it is, this elder murmured. Under such circumstances, if he still could not guess the origin of Xianxia's source, then he would be a disgrace to his position. The Dragon Clan had also searched for this lost source. Other than the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan also searched for it, but they missed the best period and were unsuccessful in the end. However, both the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan knew how powerful these 2 sources were, so it should be impossible for them to be destroyed. Even if they could not find them, it did not mean that they did not exist anymore. However, no one expected that this missing source would reappear in front of Dragon Clan in such a way. Immediately, the ancient dragons who knew the details had mixed feelings. They all thought that Xianxia's source was just an ordinary dragon source, and there was nothing for them to worry about as the dragon clan had lost many such dragon sources. It was their fortune and opportunity for those who had found these lost dragon sources to obtain them. However, if this source involved the third-generation dragon emperor, then its significance was totally different. That source could pave the path to reach the peak. Xianxia's huge dragon form hovered over the no-return pass for a short time before he shrank down, transforming back into his human form as he landed in the square. Feeling the prying eyes all around, Xianxia knew that his presence had brought the dragon clan a lot of doubts. At the very least, he could no longer hide his refinement of the golden divine dragon source. The dragon clan should have a lot of questions for him. Xianxia decided to speak first before they could ask any questions. Greetings, three elders. Senior Fu Guang has an object for this junior to pass on to you. The oldest-looking elder in the center held back his initial questions and instead asked in surprise, Fu Guang? You met Fu Guang in the dragon pool? Yes. Xianxia nodded firmly. How is he doing? The old man asked with concern. Xianxia replied, Senior Fu Guang is well. What did he want you to bring back? The old female elder asked. Xianxia handed over a dragon scale from Fu Guang. The old woman took it, focused on it, and after a while, she handed the dragon scale to another elder. She then looked at Xianxia in disbelief. When the other two elders also finished examining the dragon scale, they looked at each other silently, seemingly reaching a tacit understanding between them. The middle elder nodded slightly and looked warmly at Xianxia as he said, Since you have shed your former body and been reborn, your bloodline is now pure. From now on, you are a member of the dragon clan. In fact, the moment Xianxia rushed out of the dragon pool, the three ancient dragon elders already felt this. Xianxia was not the same as when he first came to the no-return pass. Xianxia had a strong human aura when he first came to the no-return pass. However, when he emerged from the dragon pool, that aura was completely gone. He now exuded the aura of a pure-blood dragon. After checking Fu Guang's message in the dragon scale, the three ancient dragon elders also learned what happened inside. As they had previously thought, Xianxia had indeed refined the lost source of the third-generation dragon emperor. This was confirmed by Fu Guang. He was also highly regarded by the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer, who granted him the great sun and moon marks. It was because of these two marks and another gift from those two seniors that he was able to devour the dragon pool's power and grow so rapidly. It was also because of this reason that those who entered the dragon pool during this session performed so poorly. It was not that they had no aptitude, just that all the benefits were taken away by Xianxia. If Xianxia had been the same as when he first arrived at the no-return pass, the dragon clan would not have let him off, as the future of the dragon clan depended on those juniors. Hindering their growth infringed on the dragon clan's interests, which was simply intolerable. However, since Xianxia was also a part of the dragon clan now, he was considered a clansman. Clansmen will naturally compete and fight for benefits. Thus, the elders could not accuse anyone of wrongdoing. Not to mention, Fu Guang left behind a message that he was now able to take the final step in his advancement because of Xianxia's help. Fu Guang's advancement to become a divine dragon was undoubtedly more important than the growth of those dozen or so descendants. Xianxia was now a 70,000-meter-long ancient dragon, and had returned with the source of the third-generation dragon emperor. This was more than enough to make up for the losses of the young ones this time. When the old man elder then looked up at the clansmen, he announced, The dragon clan has been in decline for many years and our numbers are withering. Now, a new clansman has returned to strengthen and bring glory to our dragon clan. The other two elders beside him roared in unison, Glory to the dragon clan! Glory to the dragon clan! Xianxia was slightly stunned. So, I'm really now a member of the dragon clan? Although it was true that when he advanced to become an ancient dragon, he had purged the human part of him and became a pure-blood dragon, it still felt uncomfortable for him to become a member of the dragon clan. Xianxia actually did not care too much about whether his bloodline was human or dragon. After all, he was not born in the dragon clan, and did not attach that much importance to his bloodline. However, when the three ancient dragon elders declared it in such a manner, that meant that he became a member of the dragon clan. Many dragon clan members were eager for Xianxia to come out of the dragon pool so that they could teach him a lesson. However, after the three elders' declaration and cheers, they no longer dared to create any trouble. The divine spirits highly valued the concept of community. If Xianxia was an outsider, they would naturally make some comments. However, since he was now a clansman, there was nothing more to say. Even Zhu Wuyu, who was the most irritated by Xianxia, had roared along, not to mention the other dragon clan members. Only Ji Lao San rolled his eyes furiously as he thought, "That makes him part of our clan? If so, then how can I get my revenge?" However, when he thought about it, Xianxia was now a 70,000-meter-long ancient dragon, while he was only 55,000 meters. His bloodline power and source were both inferior to Xianxia's now. If he were to try to seek revenge, he was doomed to fail. He sighed inwardly and admitted defeat. At least he knew that he was too weak to seek revenge now. On the parasol tree, Huang Xinyang was very excited as she watched the entertaining show unfold before her eyes. She knew that Xianxia's trip to the dragon pool would certainly cause a stir. However, she never expected it to end up with him being accepted by the dragon clan and becoming part of it. The Phoenix clan and Dragon clan had been living together at the No-Return Pass for many years, and were both basically numb to each other by now. However, in the end, they were all on the same side. If the Dragon clan became stronger, it was also beneficial for the No-Return Pass. It had been many years since the No-Return Pass had experienced a war, but more power was never a bad thing. As the rest of the dragons were still cheering, the three elders looked at Xianxia warmly and appeared very friendly towards him. A pure bloodline was not enough for them to show such favor to Xianxia. However, the source he refined was the source of the third-generation Dragon Emperor. That source itself contained the heavenly Grand Tao. If Xianxia managed to fully inherit it, then he would be able to advance to a level comparable to the third-generation Dragon Emperor, which meant becoming a divine dragon. Divine dragon. Throughout the ages, how many divine dragons had there been in the Dragon clan? Furthermore, Fu Guang's hidden message in the Dragon Scale also mentioned Xianxia's great sun and moon marks, which, when activated, could draw in the dragon pool power at an incredible rate. This was a remarkable help for those in the Dragon clan trying to achieve a breakthrough to the divine dragon realm. If another ancient dragon in the clan was ready to advance to become a divine dragon, they could request for Xianxia's help, which would greatly increase their chances of success. The three ancient dragon elders had reached the limits of their own cultivation. Still, did that not mean they were not eager to take that next step? They all wanted to, but they were constrained by their bloodline and could not advance. If Xianxia's great sun and moon marks could give them a boost, then it might be possible for them to achieve a breakthrough. Although there was not much hope, it was at least worth a try. Of course, that was a consideration for the future. Fu Guang was still in the dragon pool and could not be disturbed. When Fu Guang emerged, perhaps the three ancient dragon elders might also give it a try. At least one could always hope. The three ancient dragon elders gladly accepted Xianxia, who had such a pure bloodline, and undoubtedly had a bright future that would greatly benefit the entire clan. The old man elder in the center of the group asked, "Now that Xianxia has joined the clan, should his name be included in the Dragon Tome?" "Yes." A low voice suddenly came out of nowhere. The voice was loud and it sounded like a grand bell. At the same time, Xianxia felt a divine sense sweeping over him. The divine sense was comparable to old ancestor Xiaoxiao's. Xianxia's heart fluttered as he realized that the origin of this divine sense was probably the head of the Dragon clan, the one and only divine dragon alive today. In the Dragon clan, young dragons had bodies that were under 10,000 meters. The strength of those in the Dragon clan was very different. A newborn young dragon was very fragile, perhaps even worse than an ordinary human cultivator. However, when their body grew to 9,000 meters, they were equivalent to a human just below the 7th order. More than 10,000 meters, they became grand dragons, which was equivalent to 7th order open heaven realm masters. Above 50,000 meters, they were ancient dragons, which were equivalent to the 8th order open heaven realm master. At 100,000 meters, they became divine dragons. That was comparable to a 9th order open heaven realm old ancestor. Of course, the strength and rank were divided as such, But when they really fought, the divine spirit of the same realm would most likely be more powerful. The divine spirits had too many advantages that the humans did not. For example, Xianxia's dragon form was now 70,000 meters. According to the ancient dragon classification, his strength was considerable. If he transformed into his dragon form, he could take on a veteran 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Today's dragon clan had only one divine dragon. However, this dragon was not considered to be a dragon emperor because divine dragons also had those who were weak and strong. The current head of the dragon clan felt that he was not qualified to be considered a dragon emperor. Such a situation was not unique or even uncommon in the long history of the dragon clan. Otherwise, the dragon clan would have far more than 5 generations of dragon emperors, all of whom were the most powerful masters of each generation of divine dragons. Xianxia knew that the dragon clan had a divine dragon, but he had not seen him yet. This time, the divine dragon also did not show up, but only responded when the ancient dragon elder asked a question. Xianxia did not know what the dragon tome was as he had never heard of it before. When Huang Xinyang told him about the dragon clan, she did not mention anything about a dragon tome. He did not know if she also did not know about it or simply didn't mention it for some reason. As Xianxia was wondering, one of the male elders said, "Come with me." He then led the way, accompanied by the other 2 elders. Xianxia followed behind them. The other dragons stopped cheering and followed behind Xianxia solemnly. Sensing this atmosphere, Xianxia realized that having his name entered into the dragon tome was an extremely solemn event for the dragon clan. A short while later, they arrived at a simple temple where the 3 elders entered in turn, followed by Xianxia. As for the other dragons who followed them, they all stopped outside. The temple was extremely spacious, but the interior was very simple. It gave an unusually empty feeling. At the head of the grand hall was an altar, which was surrounded by dragon force that acted as a kind of barrier. Xianxia squinted and saw that the altar seemed to be suspended on an irregular stone slab-like object. The slab appeared to be about the size of a washbasin and was covered by a restriction. Xianxia also did not see any other unique objects, and guessed that this was the dragon tome mentioned by the elder. What the hell is this? As he was wondering, the 3 dragon clan elders stood at the 3 corners of the altar. Each used a dragon clan secret technique, and then with a mysterious dragon roar, the restriction opened. Moments later, the old man elder shouted, "Open the dragon tome!" After he shouted, the 3 ancient dragons opened their mouths and spat out their respective blood essence, which fell into the dragon tome. The seemingly mundane dragon tome quickly swallowed up the dragon blood from the 3 ancient dragons, and in the next moment, it began to emit a faint glow. As the dragon tome flew out, the male old elder reached out and caught it. He then turned around, looked at Xianxia, and said, "The dragon tome has existed since the beginning of the universe and has witnessed the birth of the first dragon and the inheritance of generations upon generations. Since ancient times, it has recorded the names of 14,362 dragons. You are the 14,363rd. Xianxia raised his brow slightly at this new information. The dragon clan had been around for ages, and this dragon tome was something that was created when the dragon clan first appeared. He had never heard of this before. If every pureblood dragon was recorded in the dragon tome, that meant there were less than 15,000 of them that had been born thus far. It was an extremely small number. However, considering the dragon clan had extremely long lifespans and great difficulties reproducing, the low number was not that surprising. During this trip to the no-return pass, Xianxia had encountered 3 young dragons, but this was actually quite rare for the dragon clan as, in the past, it was not unusual for thousands of years to go by without a single newborn clansman. The old female elder looked at Xianxia with a smile and said, "Perhaps in the past, you did not know of the existence of the dragon tome. When your name is recorded in the dragon tome, not only does it mark the clan's recognition of you, it is also a great benefit for you." Xianxia said humbly, "Please enlighten me, elder." The old woman elder smiled and said, "Firstly, the dragon tome keeps track of the life or death of anyone whose name is recorded within. If a clansman encounters a crisis outside, they can call for help from the clan by using a secret technique which is connected to the dragon tome. Secondly, the dragon tome is connected to the dragon pool. If you really meet with misfortune outside and die, if there is still a trace of your source spirituality in the dragon tome, with the dual powers of the dragon tome and dragon pool, there is a chance you may be reborn in the dragon pool. Xianxia was shocked by this and exclaimed, "Resurrection? As in, back from the dead?" The elder nodded. "Indeed." Xianxia was now completely dumbstruck. The first power of the dragon tome was not too significant, but the second ability was completely outrageous. Xianxia had experienced a kind of resurrection once before. When he fought with the great demon god Mo Shang in the star boundary, his physical body was completely destroyed. That time, he was able to come back from the dead with the help of the powers of the immortal tree and the soul-warming lotus. That was a combination of extremely good fortune and opportunity. Xianxia did not want to experience that again. After all, dying was not a pleasant experience. However, who could guarantee that they would not die? Especially in an environment like the Black Ink battlefield, where 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master perished at a not infrequent rate, not to mention a minor 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like him. Recording his name in the Dragon Tome meant that it could be used to basically turn back and bring back a dead dragon inside of the dragon pool. This would be an extremely appealing prospect to anyone. However, Xianxia soon realized that something was amiss and asked, "Is there a price to pay for coming back to life?" It was simply too heaven-defying to bring back the dead. Previously, he had to refine the entire immortal tree before he could rebuild his body, and the immortal tree was an extremely precious treasure of the universe, close to the ranks of supreme treasures. Even if the Dragon Clan had the power of resurrection, it should be impossible to do it at will. If they could, then the Dragon Clan would be truly immortal and indestructible. How could such a community be so withered? Setting aside the rest, if the third-generation Dragon Emperor had been resurrected, then Xianxia would not be standing here today. The old man elder nodded and said, "Indeed, it is natural to pay a huge price to be resurrected. Additionally, no one can guarantee the success of this process. Truthfully, the chance of success is very small. In Dragon Clan's history, the number of times the Dragon Pool and Dragon Tome have been used to resurrect someone is not more than 10, and among these 10 attempts, only 3 succeeded. Xianxia now understood. He knew full well that such a heaven-defying technique was impossible without serious constraints. In the entire Dragon Clan's history, they only attempted about 10 resurrections. One would expect that each time, it must have been for an extremely important member of the Dragon Clan. When the third-generation Dragon Emperor fell, the Dragon Clan must have done it, but unfortunately, it did not succeed. Otherwise, the third-generation Dragon Emperor would still be alive. What's more, the probability of success was less than 30%, which could be considered very low. Even if it was very low though, that was also a ray of hope and it was enough to motivate anyone. The Dragon and Phoenix clans were worthy of being the heads of the divine spirits, who won the favor of the heavens. The Dragon Clan had the Dragon Tome, which had the powers of resurrection, while the Phoenix Clan also had the ability to resurrect with their Nirvana fire. Even so, both clans had restrictions placed on them when it came to the act of resurrection. Such clans were truly worthy to be the leaders of the divine spirits. "What does Junior need to do?" Xianxia asked. The old man elder said, "Use your source and leave your mark on the Dragon Tome." Xianxia nodded lightly and asked again, "After recording one's name, does the Dragon Tome place any restrictions on this Junior?" The old man elder replied, "Indeed, there is one small restriction. Please tell me, elder. Do you know why the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan are absent from the Greater Black Ink battlefield?" The old man elder asked instead of answering. Xianxia shook his head. In fact, he had been wondering about this previously. The no-return pass was located at the rear of the human race's defensive line and served as the final barrier to the 3,000 worlds. Although the location was of great strategic importance over the years, except for when the Black Ink clan took over Great Evolution Pass and launched an attack, this place had not encountered any battles at all. Both the Dragon and Phoenix clans were powerful in their own right, and as divine spirits they had a much higher ability to resist invasion by Black Ink strength. With there not being any full-blown wars at the No-Return Pass, the Dragon and Phoenix clans could have easily sent some of their people to support the human race on the Black Ink battlefield, especially when the battles were the most intense. However, across the entire Black Ink battlefield, there was no signs of the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan fighting. It was only the human race. Divine spirits are not as powerful nor as effective as your purifying light in terms of restraining and eliminating Black Ink strength. It was not surprising for the Dragon Clan to know about his purifying light, which was a powerful tool for the human race to deal with Black Ink Clan. Even though the no-return pass was situated at the rear, they would have heard about such a monumental development on the battlefield against the Black Ink Clan. The power of the divine spirits also had a certain degree of restraining effect on Black Ink strength. The Black Ink giant spirit god was sealed in the divine spirit ancestral land by the third-generation Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Empress. After countless years, the ancestral strength of that place constantly wore down the Black Ink giant spirit god's Black Ink strength, until it finally ground it down completely. Otherwise, when Xianxia helped open the seal years back, the ancestral land would have been devastated. The reason why dragons and phoenixes do not appear on the Black Ink battlefield is related to an ancient agreement between us and the human race's great experts. The old man elder continued. In that agreement, the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan were made responsible for guarding the no-return pass. Unless there is an existential threat to the clan, they are not allowed to leave the no-return pass. This agreement was simple but was so important it became known as the Bloodline Great Oath. This was why there were no signs of dragons and phoenixes in the divine spirit ancestral land, and none of them on the Black Ink battlefield. Xianxia could not understand and asked curiously, "But why? Why would there be such a pact? And how could the divine spirit clans, who were always proud and aloof, accept such terms?" This was as good as the human great expert restricting their freedom. How could the two clans agree to this? The male old elder said, "I do not know what the ancient masters were thinking. However, in this current situation, if there wasn't this agreement, then the numbers of dragons and phoenixes would definitely have been fewer than it is now. Without this agreement, the dragon and phoenix clans could enter and leave the battlefield at will, but who could guarantee that they would survive the fight? Under the powerful attacks of the Black Ink clan, even mighty dragons and phoenixes could fall. They could accept a few clansmen dying on the battlefield, but what about significant numbers of deaths? If a few important clansmen died and the entire clan became agitated and rushed to the battlefield, it might lead to complete extinction. It was because of this agreement that the two clans could continue to remain at the no-return pass. Although the days were boring, at least they did not need to face the many risks of the battlefield. From this point of view, perhaps it was not the ancient human great expert who restricted the freedom of two clans, but rather the two clans choosing this of their own accord. But what does this have to do with this junior recording my name on the Dragon Tome? Xianxia asked with a frown. The elder replied, "If you record your name on the Dragon Tome, then you must also honor this agreement. In other words, if I record my name on the Dragon Tome, I have to stay at the no-return pass and cannot return to the Black Ink battlefield?" Xianxia exclaimed. "Indeed." The elder nodded. This agreement was known as the Bloodline Great Oath for a reason. If Xianxia was not a pureblood dragon, it would be fine, but now that his bloodline was pure, once he recorded his name in the Dragon Tome and officially joined the Dragon Clan, he would be subject to the same restrictions. If he broke them, he would face backlash from his bloodline. Xianxia swept his eyes over the three Dragon Clan elders in front of him, who all appeared very calm. If Xianxia had not taken the initiative to ask, they would not have said anything. It was not that they intended to hide anything, for if they did, they could simply have not explained at all. Of course, the message that Fu Guang sent back on the dragon scale indicated that Xianxia's great sun and moon marks were extremely useful to the Dragon Clan. If possible, they wanted Xianxia to remain at the no-return pass. Not to mention the three of them, there were also other ancient dragons in the clan who either wanted or needed to break through in the future. If Xianxia helped them with their breakthrough, then their chances of success would greatly increase. Maybe by as much as 30%. A 30% increase could not be underestimated. After all, over time that would mean a 30% increase in the number of divine dragons for the Dragon Clan. Nonetheless, since Xianxia took the initiative to ask, they had to explain it clearly. They did not intend to deceive him. The benefits of recording one's name in the Dragon Tome were indeed enormous, and the possibility of coming back from the dead with the powers of the Dragon Tome and Dragon Pool were very tempting. However, what was the use of all these benefits if he could not leave the no-return pass? Xianxia's trip here was to improve his strength, mainly in preparation for the human race's crusade. If he was now forced to remain in the no-return pass, how could he take part in the crusade? He would also have wasted old ancestor Xiao Zhao's efforts and expectations. Amidst the silence, the old female elder said, "Xianxia, the source you received is the source of the third-generation Dragon Emperor. This source is remarkable. Additionally, you have transformed from a human to a dragon. Once you record your name in the Dragon Tome, you can maintain your family name and establish a new branch family of the Dragon Clan. This would be a huge contribution to the Dragon Clan." The old woman elder's message was obvious. If Xianxia stayed at the no-return pass and sired a few more young dragons, then the Dragon Clan would add the Yang family to the existing Fu, Zhu, and Ji families. Furthermore, he would be the founding patriarch of this new family. Not just anyone could receive such an honor. The Dragon Clan has existed for countless eons, but so far, only 3 family branches had been established. As soon as Xianxia recorded his name on the Dragon Tome, there would be another family branch, and Xianxia would immediately become the first ancestor of this dragon family branch. Another elder, who had not spoken so far, also added, "We're not asking you to remain at the no-return pass and idle for the rest of your life. With your 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, even with your 70,000-meter ancient dragon form, your role on the Black Ink battlefield will be very limited. However, if you stay in the no-return pass, your presence would be of great benefit and importance to the future of the Dragon Clan. If you want, you can also bring your family to the no-return pass. Although we are also technically on the Black Ink battlefield, it has been quite peaceful over the years. Now that Great Evolution Pass has been retaken, the Black Ink clan can no longer come to harass us." "That's right. You have family in the 3,000 worlds, right? There is no such thing as security on the Black Ink battlefield, so your loved ones must be extremely nervous about your safety. How could you continue to let them worry?" The 3 Dragon Clan elders took turns to persuade Xianxia to record his name on the Dragon Tome and remain at the no-return pass. However, when they saw that Xianxia remained so indifferent, the 3 elders knew that their persuasions were ineffective. Even if he was young compared to them, he was still a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with a strong and resolute heart. If he could change his mind after just a few words of persuasion, then it would be impossible for him to have the cultivation he had today. The old male elder said again, "There is no hurry to decide on recording your name in the Dragon Tome. Why don't you stay at the no-return pass for some time and carefully consider first? If you really do not wish to stay, no one can force you to." Xianxia slowly shook his head and said, "This junior appreciates the kindness of the 3 elders, offering me the opportunity to record my name on the Dragon Tome and your invitation to stay at the no-return pass. This junior is eager to live such a peaceful life, but many of my companions are still on the Black Ink battlefield. The human race is about to embark on a grand crusade, but this junior's cultivation was too low. Perhaps, as the elders have said, my presence may not make much of a difference on the battlefield, but every pair of hands helps. Millions of my predecessors have fallen on the battlefield to stop the Black Ink clan. This junior is not that powerful, but I would like to follow the example of my ancestors. If I fall somewhere on the battlefield, it will only be because I am not strong enough. No one else is to be blamed." The old man elder said solemnly, "So, you've made up your mind?" Xianxia took a step back, cupped his fist, bowed and shouted, "For the common people, for the 3,000 worlds, I will continue to fight until my dying breath." The old female elder sighed softly and said no more. The old male elder then said, "In that case, we will not force you. About the matter of recording your name in the Dragon Tome, when the Black Ink clan has been eliminated, you can come back to the no-return pass and we will help you do so." "Many thanks, 3 elders." Xianxia bowed again. "I've inconvenienced you for too long now. I shall take my leave. The battlefield is dangerous. Be careful in whatever you do." Xianxia nodded slightly, turned around and rushed out of the temple as the group of dragon clan members looked on with heavy hearts. He then flew out of the no-return pass. Although the other dragons were outside the temple, they saw and heard what happened inside and understood that Xianxia did not record his name in the dragon tome. Zhu Yu went over to Fu Qian and whispered, "Is that guy stupid? He would rather go out courting death than to take up such a great reward." Fu Qian looked on as Xianxia departed and sighed softly. "Why keep sharpening a sword if you don't intend to use it?" Zhu Yu blinked at him for a moment before he snarled, "You are just as stupid." Fu Qian glared at him and barked, "You know shit." When he was about to leave the no-return pass, Xianxia stopped and turned his head to look at the immortal parasol tree. He saw Huang Xinyang sitting on a tree branch, looking at him with a smile, and Feng Lulang standing next to her. "Are you leaving?" Huang Xinyang asked with a smile. "I am." Xianxia nodded, thought about it for a moment, turned around again and bowed to her. "Many thanks for helping out with my wife's affairs." Huang Xinyang waved her hand and said, "Think nothing of it. Is there anything you want to tell her?" Xianxia shook his head and said, "There is nothing to say." After a pause, he then asked, "The Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan had an ancient agreement with the human great experts. After recording one's name on the Dragon Tome, the Dragon Clan had to remain in the no-return pass. How about the Phoenix Clan?" Huang Xinyang pursed her lips, patted the branch she was sitting on and said, "Once you have your own nest on the immortal parasol tree, you need to stay at the no-return pass." Xianxia nodded blankly. It seemed that both the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan had similar restrictions. For the Dragon Clan, even if one did not record their name on the Dragon Tome, he could still cultivate in the Dragon Pool. However, the same could not be said about the Phoenix Clan. If one wanted to cultivate with the Phoenix Clan, it required possessing their own phoenix nest. Now, Xianxia understood that if Su Yan really came here, she would be restricted to the no-return pass. Xianxia cupped his fist and said, "I will take my leave now. If I come back, it will be a triumphant return." Huang Xinyang snickered. "Shameless boasting. Then, I'll wait for your good news." As soon as he finished, he dashed away and then a loud dragon roar could be heard from the distance. A golden light flashed brightly as the dragon pressure faded away. In the void, Xianxia transformed into his 70,000-meter ancient dragon form. He did not do this to intentionally show off. The void was silent and no one would see even if he wanted to show off. He was overjoyed because he had gained so much during this trip to the dragon pool. His dragon body was only 35,000 meters when he first entered the dragon pool, but after emerging, it was 70,000 meters long. Not only did his size double, but his dragon vein and dragon bloodline had become completely pure, allowing him to transform into a true dragon. This dramatic increase in size meant a huge increase in strength. However, his small universe still only had the heritage of a 7th-order open heaven realm master. Thus, it would take time for Xianxia to get used to this sudden surge in power. He had to find a way to adapt, otherwise it may be a problem if he had to face powerful enemies. It took Xianxia half a year to travel from Great Evolution Pass to the No-Return Pass. Now, even if his mastery over the Tao of Space had improved, it would still take roughly half a year for him to return. This was the perfect opportunity to get familiar with his new strength. During the journey, Xianxia swung his dragon claws and whipped his dragon tail from time to time. Occasionally, he would use Dragon Clan's secret techniques, and sometimes he would summon the Azure Dragon Spear. His 2 dragon claws would grab the spear and wield it around as if he was fighting invisible enemies. If anyone saw this scene, they might think that this golden dragon had gone insane. Xianxia could not help it though. The human race crusade was about to begin, and he did not want to enter the battlefield before he familiarized himself with his newfound powers. It was a very fruitful trip to the No-Return Pass. On top of the improvement of his bloodline, he had gained a massive amount of Space Tao essence from Su Yan's Phoenix Nest. The Space Tao essence in her Phoenix Nest was created from the immortal parasol tree and contained the mysteries of the grand Tao of heaven and earth from the primordial era. So it was a great tonic for Xianxia. Although it did not take him to the next level of master in the Tao of Space, it did enhance his comprehension immensely. The main reason was that Yang Kai's own attainments in the Tao of space were already very high, and it would be very difficult for him to ascend to the next level. Inside the dragon pool, when he helped Fu Guang to draw in the dragon pool power, the latter even used his dragon bead to demonstrate to Yang Kai the mysteries of the Tao of time. That enabled Yang Kai to break through the shackles of his understanding of the Tao of time, reaching the next level of mastery. His dragon bloodline had grown, and his 2 grand Taos had improved tremendously. At this moment, Yang Kai felt very fulfilled, both in terms of his strength and his perception of the 2 grand Taos. He was totally unrecognizable as compared to when he left Great Evolution Pass. If he could completely digest all the gains from this no-return pass trip, Yang Kai believed that his strength would improve by leaps and bounds. It didn't take much effort to familiarize himself with the power of his new dragon form. All he needed was slow and steady accumulation. Yang Kai focused more on comprehending the Taos of time and space. The rapid advancement of his 2 grand Taos gave him a faint sense of enlightenment. The Tao of space was his main grand Tao, and his achievements in the Tao of time were perhaps due to his bloodline. In the past, his mastery over the Tao of space mainly affected his use of space principles, and the Tao of time, his use of time principles. The two were not related to each other. Even though he had once created the powerful secret technique, Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, that was mainly through chance and coincidence. So he did not give it much deep thought. But as his comprehension of the Grand Taos advanced, it became clear to him that time and space had always been closely related. Space was unable to exist on its own, and so was time. From ancient times until now, the existence of the universe was interwoven with both time and space. The Sun and Moon Divine will combine time and space principles, but that was something Yang Kai achieved subconsciously. Now when he gave it another look, he noticed that his Sun and Moon Divine will had many flaws and had a lot of room for improvement. Faintly, Yang Kai was struck with a flash of inspiration. If one day he was able to perfectly fuse time principles and space principles, his Sun and Moon Divine will would definitely become much more powerful. It would become possible for him to kill territory lords using this secret technique even when he was only in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Be that as it may, it was extremely difficult to fuse these two. As Yang Kai tried, his strength fluctuated wildly, but he was unable to accomplish anything. He felt like something was missing. The feeling of being unable to cross the hurdles to reach your goal when they were within sight and you clearly knew how to reach it was extremely frustrating. Could easily cause one's mind to grow restless. This was one of the reasons so many cultivators had suffered from cultivation dissonance while cultivating in retreat throughout history. If one mulled over something too deeply, it would form an obsession, causing their focus to narrow and form an endless cycle of frustration and failure. As a result, they would either lose all confidence or lose their minds, which in turn would cause their grand Tao to collapse. Having learned the lessons from history, Yang Kai didn't want to suffer from cultivation dissonance because of this. So, every time his mood became restless, he would relax and focus on the changes brought about by the growth of his dragon form. By varying his routine, he avoided unnecessary problems. A few months later, Great Evolution Pass entered his sight. Yang Kai collected his thoughts and reverted from his dragon form. When he saw the dense figures stationed on the walls of Great Evolution Pass, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that if he returned too late, he would miss the crusade. From the looks of it, the crusade had yet to begin. After giving it another thought, he realized that it was not surprising. The round trip to the no-return pass cost him a year, and counting the time he had spent at the no-return pass, it should be just about 5 years since he left. The human race army should not be ready yet. Space principles fluctuated as he arrived in front of Great Evolution Pass in a few instantaneous movements. The soldiers on duty had long noticed the strange movements, but after seeing Yang Kai's face, they quickly let him pass. When he returned to Great Evolution Pass, he saw soldiers bustling around inside the pass, as if they were preparing for war. Yang Kai had no idea about what the situation in the other theaters was like. But if the crusade were to start right now, the Great Evolution Army would definitely be unstoppable. With the confidence gained from their previous victory over the Black Ink clan and the addition of the evil purging divine spears to their arsenal, it shouldn't be a problem for them to destroy the royal city. As for whether they could kill the royal lord or not, That would depend on the means of old ancestor Xiao and the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Suddenly, a divine sense sweep surged from somewhere. Naturally, it belonged to none other than the old ancestor. As soon as the divine sense came in contact with him, it withdrew. Without any hesitation, Yang Kai flew away, following the source of the divine sense. A short while later, he arrived at the old ancestor's residence, where old ancestor Xiao was lazily lying on a chair inside her garden. She sized him up before asking, "How was your trip?" Yang Kai replied respectfully, "It was quite worthwhile. I gained a lot." Old ancestor Xiao slightly nodded as she teased him. "You didn't leave your name in the Dragon Tome?" Yang Kai was taken aback. "You know about the Dragon Tome?" Old ancestor Xiao pursed her lips. "It's not like it's some kind of secret, so why shouldn't I know about it?" In truth, the only reason she knew about it was because she was a 9th Order old ancestor. Ordinary humans would have never have heard of the Dragon Tome. Even Yang Kai had only learned about it after visiting the No-Return Pass and completely purifying his bloodline. "The Dragon Clan wanted me to record my name in the Dragon Tome, but this junior refused." Old ancestor Xiao casually nodded. If he really recorded his name in the Dragon Tome, it would be impossible for Yang Kai to return to Great Evolution Pass. Yang Kai suddenly furrowed his brow and asked, "Were you injured recently?" He had already noticed that old ancestor Xiao was a bit pale. He thought it was because her injuries had yet to heal, but after giving it a closer look, he noticed that something was off. Old ancestor Xiao's aura was clearly unstable. This could not be due to old injuries acting up. The only possibility was that old ancestor Xiao was injured recently. "I've been going to the royal city more frequently these days," old ancestor Xiao casually replied. Yang Kai was speechless. Why fight with the royal lord? Isn't harassing him enough? During the previous war, repeated battles had caused the royal lord's injuries to pile up, while old ancestor Xiao's frequent visits after the war ended prevented him from healing in peace. Old ancestor Xiao didn't need to fight with him. All she needed to do was disturb him from time to time, frustrating him, and eliminating any chance he had to recover. Yang Kai could not understand why old ancestor Xiao had suddenly become so aggressive. Saying so, he spread out his small universe. Old ancestor Xiao furrowed her brow at the sight. "It's just some small wounds. I'll be fine in a few days." Yang Kai shook his head and asserted, "You're the old ancestor, so this matter concerns the entire Great Evolution Army. It's more important for you to quickly recover." The old ancestor politely refused. "I know you're doing this out of goodwill, but I've spent a lot of time healing in your small universe. My recovery comes at the cost of its bustling world essence, which will have some negative impact on you." Yang Kai requested once more, smiling. "This junior understands, but such losses won't affect me too much. You should focus on healing yourself." Old ancestor Xiao glanced at him before sighing, no longer insisting. Suddenly, her expression changed. "Your small universe." Yang Kai explained with a smile. "My dragon bloodline was purified and my mastery over the Tao of time improved. Now, the flow of time in my small universe is faster than before." A faster flow of time made it easier for the old ancestor to heal her injuries. Old ancestor Xiao had lived there for hundreds of years inside of his small universe, so she naturally could sense the changes here. The old ancestor's injuries weren't too serious, and she had completely recovered after staying a few months in Yang Kai's small universe, while only a month had passed in the outside world. After recovering from her wounds, the old ancestor suddenly stood up. "Don't be in a hurry to leave, wait here for me." Saying so, she soared into the sky. Yang Kai quickly retracted his small universe as his face twitched slightly, staring in the direction the old ancestor had left. After recovering from her injuries, the old ancestor had gone to cause trouble for the royal lord once more, so it was no wonder she told Yang Kai not to leave. Apparently, he would have to help her heal from her injuries after she returned. As he had expected, the old ancestor returned in less than half a day later, but her condition greatly surprised Yang Kai. Although he couldn't find anything wrong with her appearance, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the old ancestor's injuries were much more serious than last time. Needless to say, he quickly spread his small universe and let the old ancestor enter to heal. After a few more months, when the old ancestor had completely recovered, she left the pass once more. The old ancestor returned after half a day again, and this time her face was pale and there were traces of dried blood stains on her clothes. Oh! After repeating this process several times, each time old ancestor Xiao was injured more severely. When the old ancestor returned from her fifth excursion, Xianxia finally couldn't bear it any longer and persuaded, "Old ancestor, there's no need to rush. The crusade is imminent. At that time, we'll first cut his wings and then, with the cooperation of the 8th Order Division commanders, we can slowly take care of the Royal Lord." Xianxia really could not understand what the old ancestor was trying to achieve. Although he helped her mend her injuries and the Royal Lord was now even more heavily injured, the Royal Lord could rely on the power of the black ink nest to empower himself. Fighting alone in the royal city wasn't beneficial to the old ancestor. Old ancestor Xiao gave him the feeling as if she wanted to quickly finish off the Royal Lord. Hearing this, old ancestor Xiao bitterly smiled. "It's not what you think. I have my reasons." Xianxia was confused. As if she felt a little apologetic, old ancestor Xiao explained with a smile. "I'm not trying to kill that royal lord. His injuries might be quite serious, but it would be quite difficult for me to kill him without the cooperation of the army. I've been going over to visit him only because I want to get something back from him." "What is it?" Xianxia was taken aback. Does the royal have something that belongs to the old ancestor? Could it be that she had lost it while fighting with him last time? But that should be impossible. With the old ancestor's cultivation, how could the royal lord have secretly snatched something from her? Old ancestor Xiao was silent for a moment, seemingly hesitating about whether or not to tell Xianxia about this. But in the end, she still chose to give him the answer. "Every great pass is a huge mobile palace artifact. You should know this." Xianxia nodded his agreement. This was something he had learned when he first laid eyes on Blue Sky Pass. However, despite being a type of mobile palace artifact, the Great Passes were simply too large and difficult to control. Even the old ancestors overseeing each Great Pass were unable to control them freely despite their fearsome strength. Every Great Pass has its own core, and with the help of that core, the 9th Order old ancestors can control their respective Great Passes. With the assistance of others, a mobile palace artifact like the Great Pass can also be used to attack the enemy. The core is similar to an array core of a grand array. The Great Pass is nothing without its core, just a giant, immobile fortress. The Great Pass can't be used for anything other than for defense in such a state, but if you have its core, the Great Pass can really be used as a mobile palace artifact. Unfortunately, the core of the Great Evolution Pass has been lost. If I'm right, it should have fallen into the hands of the Royal Lord, so I must retrieve it. Xianxia was dumbfounded. Judging by the old ancestors' words, if they had the core, Great Evolution Pass wouldn't have to remain in place and could instead be brought to the royal city at some cost. At that time, how could the royal city possibly resist the powerful Great Evolution Pass? Even if all they did was charge right at the royal city, the Great Pass would easily smash the royal city. However, the core of Great Evolution Pass had been lost, and without it, Great Evolution Pass could not move. After giving it another thought, Xianxia did not find it strange. Great Evolution Pass was in the possession of the Black Ink clan for 30,000 years. Although they had recovered it now, why would the Black Ink clan leave behind such an important thing? It was very likely that it had been taken away long ago. This was the reason why old ancestor Xiao had been frequently haunting the royal lord. With the crusade approaching, if Great Evolution Pass didn't have its core, they wouldn't be able to mobilize the pass. This would make it impossible for them to coordinate with the other Great Passes. So no matter what, she had to retrieve the core of Great Evolution Pass. Hearing this, Xianxia frowned. Since the core is so important, the Black Ink clan must have also realized it already. So why would they return it just like that? Old ancestor Xiao let out a long sigh. The Black Ink clan definitely wouldn't return something so important to the human race. If she was the royal lord, she would rather destroy the core than let the humans take it back. This was also the reason why she had been attacking the royal lord so frequently as of late, only to return empty-handed. "Can't we refine another one?" Xianxia asked. Clearly, there was no hope of getting it back, and old ancestor Xiao must also know this, but she was just doing what she could while leaving the rest up to the heavens. Old ancestor Xiao shook her head. The core is an ancient artifact, and the method to refine it has long been lost in the annals of history. Although the artifact refining great-grandmasters in the past have been researching the problem, they haven't found any clues as of yet. The loss of Great Evolution's core was only discovered during the recent restoration, so they were currently pressed for time. Even Grandmaster Ma Fan and the other artifact refining Great Grandmaster were at a loss. Refining a new core would not only be extremely difficult, it would also cost an astronomical amount of resources and take an absurd amount of time, probably 1,000 years at best. 1,000 years? A lot of things could happen over such a long period. The human race currently had the advantage in various theaters, especially in Great Evolution Theater, so there would not be a better time to launch the crusade and eliminate all the royal cities in one fell swoop. If they delayed things for too long, the Black Ink clan might be able to rise from the ashes once more. If they couldn't find the core of Great Evolution Pass by the time the crusade began, the Great Evolution Army would no longer be able to borrow the power of the Great Pass and would have no choice but to fly over on their warships to confront the enemy. In that case, the Great Evolution Army's casualties would definitely be higher than the other human race armies. Unfortunately, Xianxia couldn't help in this matter. The only thing he could do was heal old ancestor Xiao's injuries, hoping that the royal lord wouldn't be able to take her harassment eventually and return the core, although the chances were slim. Be that as it may, Xianxia finally understood why the higher-ups had spent so much manpower and resources to rebuild Great Evolution Pass after retaking the pass after listening to old ancestor Xiao. He did question why they were so heavily fortifying Great Evolution Pass in the past. Though he did not put it in words and kept such thoughts to himself, he couldn't help feeling that this was a wasteful endeavor, as the Black Ink clan in Great Evolution Theater had already been routed and trapped in the royal city. Thus, restoring the pass without the Black Ink clan being capable of attacking them seemed somewhat pointless. Thus, he thought of it not as repelling assaults by the Black Ink clan, but rather for the sake of sentiment. Now it was clear he had made too many incorrect assumptions. The various repairs done to Great Evolution Pass were not just for the sake of sentiment or appearance, but rather in preparation for the crusade. As long as they could find the core, the entire pass would be their greatest reliance in the coming war. Old ancestor Xiao continued going out once every 2 or 3 months, returning each time with varying injuries. If she ended up in this state, the royal lord definitely wouldn't have fared any better. After all, he had yet to recover from his past injuries. If it weren't for the power of the Black Ink nest in the royal city, old ancestor Xiao would have killed him already. The current royal lord was simply struggling at death's door. Whether Great Evolution Pass could get its core back, the Great Evolution Army would definitely defeat the Black Ink clan army when the crusade began. That would be the time for him to lose his head. However, as time passed, Xianxia could clearly feel that old ancestor Xiao's temper was getting worse and worse. More often than not, she would start cursing the royal lord for being ignorant and calling him a stubborn oaf when she returned from the royal city. Every time this happened, Xianxia would choose to remain silent. Rather, it would be even stranger if the royal lord really gave her Great Evolution Pass core just because she went to him and asked for it. It was just a thought. One Xianxia didn't dare say out loud, afraid he would be cursed along with the royal lord. Today, when old ancestor Xiao returned from her trip to the royal city, she was so gloomy that it felt as if darkness was oozing from her. She landed in Xianxia's small universe, began healing from her injuries, and began her usual rant about the royal lord. All this went in Xianxia's left ear and out through the right as he kept nodding in agreement like a chicken pecking rice. This had already happened many times before, so Xianxia had long since become accustomed to it. Now well prepared, he casually took out a stick of candied fruit and handed it to her. The old ancestor took a sidelong glance at him before accepting it, but she still did not forget to scold the royal lord while she aggressively crunched on the snack. Xianxia remained calm, quietly studying the Taos of time and space. Suddenly, Xianxia raised his head, looking at old ancestor Xiao. The old ancestor was just about to unleash another barrage of curses. But when she noticed his unusual movement, she furrowed her brow and asked, "What is it?" Xianxia asked, "Old ancestor, you said that the royal lord keeps denying that he took great evolution past core." Yes. This was not the first time the old ancestor had mentioned this, but Xianxia had never taken it seriously. After all, there was nothing he could do to help in this situation except aid the old ancestor with her recovery. While the old ancestor was recuperating, most of Xianxia's attention was focused on comprehending the Tao of time and the Tao of space to improve in the short peaceful time he had on hand. And he had indeed gained a lot over the past few months. The advancement of his dragon bloodline had improved his mastery and understanding of the Tao of time, and by refining and absorbing the abundant space Tao essence in Suyan's phoenix nest, he had enhanced his comprehension of the Tao of space. When the old ancestor mentioned this matter again just now though, Xianxia suddenly realized that he had overlooked something very important. The old ancestor rebuked with a snort. Would he dare to admit to such a thing if he did it? Xianxia pondered for a moment before asking, if Great Evolution's core was still there when the Black Ink clan occupied Great Evolution Pass, would the Black Ink clan be able to use it? The old ancestor explained, although Great Evolution Pass was created by humans, in the end, it's just a giant mobile palace artifact, so with sufficient energy anyone can control it. The Royal Lord is comparable to a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so he wouldn't be able to control Great Evolution Pass on his own. However, if with the help of the territory lords under him, controlling Great Evolution Pass wouldn't be a problem. After all, the Black Ink clan has many territory lords. Then this situation is a bit strange. Xianxia looked at old ancestor Xiao. If they were able to move Great Evolution Pass, why did the Black Ink clan just leave it here? If I were the Royal Lord, I would have brought Great Evolution Pass back to the vicinity of the Royal City to act as another fortified base of operation. I might have even directly treated Great Evolution Pass as my own royal city. The Black Ink clan royal cities were nowhere near as sturdy as the human race's great passes. By making such a pass into his royal city, the royal lord would never need to worry about the humans taking it back, which would give him a huge boost in security and face. He believed that no royal lord could resist this temptation. The old ancestor slightly frowned. Actually, I've also been wondering about this issue as well. Xianxia's eyes slightly lit up. Great Evolution Pass core really may not be in the hands of the Black Ink clan. The old ancestor shook her head, denying the possibility. But if the core is not in the hands of the Black Ink clan, where could it be? Could it have been destroyed? Xianxia asked. Back then, the old ancestor of Great Evolution Pass died in battle. Perhaps someone felt that the situation was dire enough for the humans that they decided to destroy the core rather than let it fall into enemy hands. At a time of crisis, something as important as the core would definitely be destroyed rather than left behind. While that's possible, it's not very likely. Every Great Pass core is extremely sturdy, so only a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master could destroy it. When Great Evolution Pass fell, there was only one old ancestor here, and at that time, he should have been fighting with the two royal lords, so how could he have had time to destroy the core? Then there's only one possibility, Xianxia stated as he put away his small universe and beckoned her. Old ancestor, please follow me. Old ancestor Xiao's face was filled with confusion. Nonetheless, she quickly chased after him, asking, "What are you thinking?" Xianxia shook his head, stating, "I'm not certain, but we'll know after giving it a try. Old ancestor, please wait patiently." Xiao didn't pursue the matter any further. Soon, the two arrived at Great Evolution's Space Array Hall. When the soldiers on duty saw the old ancestor arrive, they quickly stepped forward and bowed. One of the soldiers asked, "Does the old ancestor want to go to another Great Pass?" Old ancestor Xiao shook her head and pointed at Xianxia. "It's his business, you should ask him." The man nodded and turned to Xianxia. "Where is junior brother Yang going?" Xianxia thought for a moment before stating, "I'll have to trouble senior brothers to activate the hyperspace array." The guards immediately started getting everything set up. Old ancestor Xiao asked, furrowing her brow, "Do you suspect that when Great Evolution Pass was breached, someone sent the core to another Great Pass using the space array?" Xianxia nodded. If the core is not in the hands of the Black Ink clan, and it has not been destroyed, then that is the only possibility left. After all, they did not outright destroy the space array, believing that the humans race would come back one day to retake the pass. No one knew what had happened 30,000 years ago. After all, on the day Great Evolution Pass fell, except for those who had been captured, almost everyone, from the old ancestors to the ordinary soldiers, was wiped out. However, just as Xianxia had said, if the core was not in the hands of the Black Ink clan and was not destroyed, the only way to send it away was through the space array. Perhaps on that day, someone had stepped through the space array, shouldering the heavy responsibility of preserving Great Evolution Pass core. If it really was sent to another Great Pass, why would that Great Pass not report it? Old Ancestor Xiao shook her head in response. Xianxia answered with a smile. If they don't know, how can they report it? Old Ancestor Xiao was confused. At this moment, the guard on duty stated, Junior Brother Yang, everything is set. Where should we set the location? Xianxia stated without hesitation, Wind and Cloud Pass. Saying so, he stepped onto the array. The space array hummed and energy surged as the lines of the array flashed, enveloping Xianxia's figure in a dazzling glow. By the time the light disappeared, Xianxia was nowhere to be seen. At the same time, inside Wind and Cloud Pass space array hall lit up. The guards promptly reported the situation, while searching for the source of the disturbance. Soon, they found out that it was someone arriving from Great Evolution Pass. A moment later, Xianxia's figure appeared on the space array. Junior Brother Yang. A 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master cupped his fist and greeted Xianxia. The last time Xianxia came here, he was also on duty, so he immediately recognized Xianxia. Xianxia returned the greeting. Greetings, Senior Brother. The 7th Order Master asked, What business does Junior Brother Yang have here? Under normal circumstances, very few people would travel between the Great Passes, because each teleportation would consume a massive amount of resources. If it was just information that needed to be shared, then a jade slip would be sufficient. The evil-purging divine spears, purifying black ink pills, and even the refining method of the void yin-yang mirrors were all shared with other Great Passes by sending out jade slips. It had to be something very important for Xianxia to teleport here in person. Xianxia stated outright, There are indeed some things I need to discuss. May I ask which army commander is free right now? I would like to ask them about something. The 7th Order guard agreed with a nod. Junior Brother, please wait a moment. Allow me? Before this person could finish, a voice came from outside. What's the matter? The moment the voice rang in everyone's ear, a figure stepped into the hall. Everyone quickly bowed. Xianxia looked over and saw an old acquaintance. Wind and Cloud Pass Eastern Army Commander, Yuan Xinggu. The last time Xianxia came here, it was this army commander who took him to meet Wind and Cloud Pass Old Ancestor. Greetings, Senior Yuan. Xianxia bowed. Yuan Xinggu lightly nodded in response before solemnly asking, What did you come here for? Anytime someone traveled between the passes, it was accompanied by a major event. So, he immediately rushed over after receiving this news. Xianxia replied, I have something I want to ask you. Speak. When Great Evolution Pass was breached 30,000 years ago, did anything unusual happen with Wind and Cloud Pass Space Array? 30,000 years ago, Yuan Xinggu was speechless. This Yuan only arrived at Wind and Cloud Pass 10,000 years ago. How could he know anything about what had happened 30,000 years ago? It was too long ago. In fact, he wasn't even born 30,000 years ago. Is there anyone alive from 30,000 years ago in the pass? There is, but they won't necessarily know about this. Everyone had their own duties they were assigned to. Apart from the person guarding it at the time, it was unlikely anyone else would know anything about the matters of the space array. After a moment of silence, Yuan Xinggu asked, Is this important? Xianxia earnestly nodded. It is of critical importance. Yuan Xinggu turned around and stated, Follow me. I'll take you to the old ancestor. There was no point in asking others about this. It was best to just ask the old ancestor. After all, it had certainly been over 30,000 years since the current old ancestor began presiding over Wind and Cloud Pass. A moment later, Xianxia saw Wind and Cloud Pass old ancestor tending his cattle in the manifestation of his small universe at a secluded location in Wind and Cloud Pass once more. Receiving old ancestor Xiao Zhao's reminder, Xianxia carefully observed this time and found that there was indeed an old ox with a broken horn, secretly guessing that it should be an extremely powerful monster beast. Perhaps sensing Xianxia's gaze wandering on its ribs, the old ox, that was casually eating grass, raised its head and mooed. Xianxia cupped his fist and answered, reporting to old ancestor, Great Evolution Pass core is missing. Yuan Xingji's expression slightly changed after hearing this, but this was also well within his expectations. After all, the Black Ink clan had occupied Great Evolution Pass for more than 30,000 years, so they definitely wouldn't leave the core behind. Be that as it may, what he could not understand was what the loss of the core had to do with Wind and Cloud Pass space array 30,000 years ago. Without waiting for them to ask, Xianxia explained, Junior suspects that when Great Evolution Pass was breached, the human soldiers from that time took the core and tried to send it to Wind and Cloud Pass. The old ancestor looked at him with interest. Why do you think so? Xianxia replied with a serious look on his face. If I were a Great Evolution soldier 30,000 years ago, and saw that the old ancestor would fall in battle and the Great Pass was likely to fall, my priority would be to think of a way to protect the core. And if I wanted to protect it, the only way to do so would be to send it to a nearby Great Pass via the space array. The old ancestor nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Continue. The passes adjacent to Great Evolution Pass are Wind and Cloud Pass and Azure Void Pass. At that time, the situation would have been urgent, so they would have definitely chosen one of these two. Then why Wind and Cloud Pass and not Azure Void Pass? Xianxia explained. After recovering Great Evolution Pass, this junior managed to repair Great Evolution Pass hyperspace array. But during the final tests, something went wrong when I tried to teleport to Wind and Cloud Pass. Something was interfering with the space array, preventing a smooth connection from being established between the two passes. I had no choice but to enter the void corridor and break through the interference personally, allowing the space array to function smoothly. Senior Yuan should know about this. The nearby Yuan Xinggu lightly nodded in agreement. That day, when Great Evolution Pass space array connected to this place, a portal had opened, but nothing came through from the other side. It was only after waiting for a very long time that Xianxia finally arrived. As this had never happened before, the soldiers on duty that day immediately reported it to Yuan Xinggu and the army commander of Wind and Cloud Pass Northern Army, Tianlu. Eventually, Xianxia did arrive, solving the mystery. Back then, Xianxia was unable to understand what went wrong with the teleportation. Although he had transited the entire void corridor to investigate, he was still unable to find the reason. What's more, apart from the first time, nothing unusual happened with the later teleportations. So Xianxia didn't pay any much attention to this matter. He only thought that it was because the void corridor had not been used for a long time and needed to be smoothed out or unblocked. But now, it suddenly struck him that this was not the case. There was a high chance that something was stuck in the void corridor and was interfering with its stability. So, even if they were able to determine the direction and open the portal, nothing was able to pass through it. If old ancestor Xiao hadn't told him about Great Evolution Pass core, it would have never occurred to Xianxia that these two seemingly unrelated matters were actually closely related. Obviously, the old ancestor understood this and asked, So you suspect that Great Evolution Pass core was lost in the void crack, and the power it gave off was interfering with the passage between the two passes? Xianxia nodded. That is my hypothesis. As for what exactly happened that day, no one knew, and it was impossible to investigate what had happened 30,000 years ago, as everyone who knew had most likely already died. The moment the core was sent, the soldiers must have disabled the space array in haste, causing the void corridor to become unstable. The core must have been lost in the void crack then because of this, and that is why it had not been found in the last 30,000 years. However, these are all my speculations, so I need some kind of proof before taking further action. This was the reason why he had come to Wind and Cloud Pass to inquire about the situation. If something unusual had happened with the hyperspace array of wind and cloud pass back then, it would greatly bolster his conjecture. Aha! The old ancestor nodded lightly. Wait a moment, 30,000 years is a very long time. Even a master like the old ancestor might not be able to recall what happened so long ago. Not to mention, the old ancestor might not have been paying attention to the space array at the time. As such, he needed to calm his mind and search his memories for the scene from 30,000 years ago to find some clues. The verdant mountains and clear waters sunk into silence for the moment as the old ancestor's eyes drooped, as if he had fallen asleep. Yang Kai and Yuan Xinggu quietly stood in place, respectfully waiting. Only a few old oxen were leisurely eating grass nearby. At first, everything seemed normal, but as time passed, the verdant mountains began to slightly quake and ripples appeared on the calm and clear waters. It was obvious that the old ancestor was mobilizing his strength. It happened in the distant past and there was no specific point in time, so it was not easy to find a small bit of trivial information even for someone as strong as the old ancestor. After half a day, wind and cloud pass old ancestor suddenly raised his head. The trembling small universe instantly calmed down. Yang Kai focused his gaze on him. The old ancestor lightly nodded to Yang Kai. It seems your guess is right on the mark. The day Great Evolution Pass was breached, a portal had indeed opened at our space array, but it disappeared right after it appeared. Even the soldiers on duty were unable to locate its origin, so this matter was left unsettled. Yang Kai excitedly cried, "So the core really isn't in the hands of the Black Ink clan," although he felt that his guess was correct. It wasn't until the old ancestor here personally confirmed that something unusual had indeed happened with the space array that he was certain. This was great news. As long as Great Evolution Pass core was not in the hands of the Black Ink clan, it became a simple matter. If the core really was in the hands of the Black Ink clan, that would be rather troublesome. Although old ancestor Xiao had been pressuring the royal lord, why would the royal lord easily compromise? If he really had the core, he would definitely not return it unless she killed him. And how could a royal lord who could mobilize the power of his black ink nest be so easy to kill? No matter how serious his injuries were, so long as he was in his royal city, he could use the black ink nest to fight with old ancestor Xiao. If he was pushed into a corner, he might even be able to drag old ancestor Xiao down with him. This was something Great Evolution Pass could not bear. But now, Yang Kai felt a little sorry for the royal lord. Speaking of which, he had been to several theaters, but he had never seen such a miserable royal lord. He was basically bullied and humiliated by old ancestor Xiao time and time again, but there was nothing he could do about it. Presumably, when old ancestor Xiao asked him for Great Evolution Pass core, a look of despair must have filled his face. He could do nothing about it if he did not have it. Yuan Xinggu asked, "Just now, you said that you vaguely sensed some kind of disturbance in the void corridor. Does this mean that Great Evolution Pass core is still there?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded in agreement. "Can you find it?" Yang Kai took a deep breath. This junior will do his best. In this world, there were not many who stood a chance of finding an artifact that had been lost for 30,000 years in the void crack. On the divine spirit side, the Phoenix clan with strong bloodlines might be able to, but on the human race's side, only Yang Kai was capable. After confirming that Great Evolution Pass core was still lost in the void, Yang Kai bid farewell to Yuan Xinggu and quickly returned to the space array. "Senior brothers, please activate the space array." Yang Kai bowed. The soldiers on duty immediately started setting everything up. Yuan Xinggu was silent for a moment before asking in a low voice, "How confident are you?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "I won't return unless I find the core." Yuan Xinggu glanced at him for a moment before cautioning, "Your own safety is of utmost importance." "I understand," Yang Kai earnestly replied. The spirit array was set, so he stepped forward. The grand array buzzed before a dazzling glow enveloped Yang Kai and he disappeared. If it was a normal teleportation, Yang Kai would probably appear in Great Evolution Pass after just a few breaths, but this time he had to enter the void corridor to search for the core, so he had to interrupt the teleportation. As soon as he sensed the power of space principles from the space array, Yang Kai immediately used his own space principles to resist the pulling force he felt. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai appeared in the turbulent void. In the void crack, void turbulences were the most dangerous thing. These turbulences had no set pattern and moved randomly, like wild beasts. If anyone who didn't have a high comprehension of the Tao of space was pulled into a void turbulence, they would lose all sense of direction and become trapped forever. Only a miserable fate awaited a person trapped in the void crack. Space was an extremely mysterious thing. There had been countless talented geniuses who had led their eras throughout the ages, but how many of them could thoroughly study the mysteries of the Tao of space? Even the current Yang Kai didn't dare say that he had fully comprehended the essence of the Tao of space. He had simply walked further and saw more of the Tao of space than others. He had been to the void crack many times, so he was naturally no stranger to this omnipresent void turbulence. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to find a direction or any kind of regularity here, but for those who were proficient in the Tao of space, the movements of the void turbulence were still quite noticeable. Although it had been determined that Great Evolution Pass core had been lost in the void crack, no one knew where it was exactly. After 30,000 years, perhaps the core had drifted far away along with the void turbulence's flow. What Yang Kai needed to do now was to find some clues that he could use to find the core in this boundless expanse. This was undoubtedly a difficult task. The only piece of good news was that the core shouldn't have drifted too far away. Otherwise, it wouldn't have disturbed the stability of the void corridor between Great Evolution Pass and Wind and Cloud Pass. Yang Kai tried his best to recall the place where the void corridor was disrupted back then. His figure moved through the void turbulence like a fish through water as he pushed his space principles. Meanwhile, Yuan Xinggu, at Wind and Cloud Pass Space Array, ordered, "Send a message to Great Evolution Pass and inform them of the situation here." The Great Evolution Army had no idea how long it would take for Yang Kai to find the core in the void crack, but they must still be waiting for news. The soldier on duty nodded in response and quickly prepared a blank jade slip. He recorded everything that had transpired here with his divine sense before activating the space array and sending the jade slip to Great Evolution Pass. The moment the two arrays connected, Yang Kai, who was in the void crack between them, sensed it. Via his divine sense, he quickly discovered that something was rapidly passing through the local space. Very soon, he understood that it should be a message sent by Wind and Cloud Pass to Great Evolution Pass. Yuan Xinggu is quite meticulous, while I was a bit sloppy. I should have reported to old ancestor Xiao before I left. But since Wind and Cloud Pass has sent a message, it should be fine now. Yang Kai found nothing as he investigated along the direction of the void turbulence flow, which frustrated him slightly. Had he known that Great Evolution Pass core was lost in this void crack, he wouldn't have been so quick to open up the void corridor that day. That was undoubtedly the best opportunity to find the core, because he could find the source of the disturbance. The source of this disturbance was definitely the location of the core. Nevertheless, there was no point in crying over spilt milk. No one had expected such a situation to occur. Just as this thought flashed across Yang Kai's mind, he shook his head and quashed it. Sabotaging the space array wouldn't be a problem, and repairing it wasn't an issue either, but the chances of reconstructing the exact circumstance from 30,000 years ago were far too low. Even the slightest error could throw the entire attempt off. Right now, the best solution was to search slowly and painstakingly. Perhaps he might even obtain some benefits. Just as Yang Kai was looking around, he suddenly felt a strange reaction from his space ring. He quickly stopped and focused his divine sense. The next instant, a look of shock appeared on his face as an extremely rich fluctuation of space principles began to radiate from his space ring. Before he could figure out what was going on, a seven-colored figure of light flew out from his space ring. The figure of light twisted and transformed, taking the shape of a young woman in front of him. Yang Kai stared at the figure before him in shock and muttered, "Xianxia." This young woman was none other than Huang Xianxia, who should be back at the no-return pass. How is Xianxia here, and how did she appear from my space ring? Also, aren't the Phoenix clan and Dragon clan bound by the bloodline Great Oath that prevents them from leaving the no-return pass unless they are under threat of extermination? While Yang Kai was reeling from the shock, Huang Xinyang stretched lazily and chanted, "I'm finally out." After glancing around, she was a little taken aback by her surroundings and muttered, "You're cultivating the Tao of space here? No wonder I felt strong fluctuations of space principles." If it weren't for the fact that she had noticed the extremely chaotic fluctuations of the surrounding space principles, she wouldn't have appeared. She had thought that Yang Kai had encountered some kind of enemy and was currently locked in battle, but contrary to her assumption, he was actually swimming through the void crack. Yang Kai sized up Huang Xinyang for a moment before hesitantly guessing, "A soul clone." When she first appeared in front of him, Yang Kai really thought that Xinyang had come here in person, but after carefully examining her, he discovered that she had not. This should be a type of soul clone because the Huang Xinyang in front of him wasn't as powerful as he had seen before. However, this was clearly somewhat different from an ordinary soul clone. Xinyang had no intention of explaining and just slightly nodded her agreement to his question. Yup. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "That tail feather?" Xinyang grinned. Yang Kai smacked his forehead, voicing his thoughts. "I was wondering why you were so generous when we first met. It turns out you had this in mind." Back at the Phoenix Nest, Xinyang had said that she had lost a bet with Feng Lu Lang, and as a result, she had to give him a tail feather. Yang Kai was quite puzzled by this. The two of them had made a bet, so how was he related? But it was the tail feather of a phoenix from which he could comprehend the Tao of space, so Yang Kai naturally happily accepted it. But by the looks of it, it wasn't because of his outstanding charisma and charm, but rather because Huang Xinyang had other plans. Xinyang really liked to join in on the fun, but unfortunately, she couldn't leave the no-return pass, nor did the Black Ink clan come attacking. So she spent her days in her phoenix nest, bored to death. Although a large number of humans who would come to the no-return pass and would be sent to the various great passes would appear every few years, they were all ordinary humans. How could Xinyang lower herself to interact with them? Yang Kai, on the other hand, was different. He was partially a dragon at that time, so giving him a tail feather was no big deal. In truth, Xinyang hadn't schemed against Yang Kai in this matter. She just hadn't told him the whole truth because she had some selfish motives. Although a space ring was a sealed space, with the Phoenix clan's attainments in the Tao of space, it naturally wouldn't be difficult for Xinyang to escape even if Yang Kai placed the tail feather inside one. The reason she had appeared at this time was because she had sensed dense fluctuations of the space principles and had thought that Yang Kai was fighting with the Black Ink clan, so she had come out to join in. As a result, she appeared in the void crack. "Your soul clone is not restricted by the bloodline oath?" Yang Kai asked. Huang Xinyang pursed her lips. "It's just a soul clone. Why would it receive any restrictions? It's not a big deal if my main body doesn't leave the no-return pass." Yang Kai just nodded along in response. "What are you doing in such a place?" Huang Xinyang looked around, and when she saw nothing but void turbulence, disappointment filled her face. Although her tail feather was similar to a soul clone, it wasn't really one, so she couldn't maintain this state indefinitely. At most, she could only manifest around 3 times before it became ineffective. This was a waste of an opportunity, so she was truly annoyed. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was overjoyed. "Xinyang, you came just in time. I have something I need your help with." Huang Xinyang couldn't help but gawk at his happy expression. After Yang Kai explained the situation, Huang Xinyang nodded. "Understood. Since that's the case, let's split up and search." Saying so, her figure flickered as she transformed into a 7-colored streak of light and disappeared into the void turbulence. Yang Kai watched in amazement. Although his mastery of the Tao of space had reached an extremely high level and he had no problem traversing through this turbulent void, Huang Xinyang was a phoenix with an innate bloodline talent for the Tao of space, allowing her to literally feel at home in this kind of environment. He couldn't repeat the same feat. This had nothing to do with mastery. If he could be considered a person who had practiced and mastered the art of swimming, then Huang Xinyang and the other phoenixes would be fish-born in the ocean. Be that as it may, if he were to think about it from a different perspective, he had his own advantages. Although their bloodline talent was indeed powerful and beneficial, it was also set in stone with predefined limits. This was also why the Phoenix clan was unable to repair the damaged universe temples. The human race had made many innovations and come up with a lot of applications for the Tao of space, something the Phoenix clan couldn't compare to. In any case, it should not be a problem to find the Great Evolution Pass core with the help of Huang Xinyang. As for how she would inform him after finding it, that was something Yang Kai was not worried about. The advantages the Phoenix clan could display here were beyond his reach. Since Xinyang had left so quickly, she definitely had a way to find him again. Keeping his thoughts to himself, Yang Kai also shuttled through the void turbulence and began carefully searching. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything, until he sensed a strange movement in the void near him at some point. Yang Kai focused his senses to investigate and found that a 7-colored beam of light was rapidly approaching him through the void turbulence. "I don't know if it's what you're looking for, but there's something strange over there," Huang Xinyang reported before turning around and leading the way. Yang Kai quickly chased after her. A moment later, the two stopped somewhere in the void crack, staring at the strange scene before their eyes. Yang Kai became slightly absent-minded at the sight of this. He had traveled through the void crack many times, but he had never seen anything like this. The void turbulence had almost solidified into a sphere-like object. Even now, more turbulence was still being pulled in from the surroundings and merging with this anomaly, slowly enlarging the sphere. Who knows how long it had existed for it to reach its current size? "Is this what you're looking for?" Huang Xinyang asked. Yang Kai shook his head. "I'm not sure, but it might be." There was nothing else in this void crack apart from this strange thing. Furthermore, the surrounding void turbulence was extremely chaotic because of this object, so it was quite possible that it had disturbed the void corridor before. Huang Xinyang looked at it for a moment before replying, "It's going to be a bit difficult to deal with this." Yang Kai humbly asked, "Can you take it out directly?" Huang Xinyang shook her head. "This thing is formed from an immense amount of void turbulence. Even if you could force it open, once the structure is disturbed, the flow around here will surely become extremely violent and chaotic, to the point where this section of the void crack will be torn to pieces and scatter about randomly." Yang Kai nodded his agreement. "Then we'll have to slowly peel it open." Inside the void crack, there was a strange object formed from countless turbulent flows. Not to mention Yang Kai, even Huang Xinyang had never seen anything like it before. However, Yang Kai could vaguely sense that there was something inside this strange anomaly. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to draw in the surrounding void turbulence. This thing was most likely Great Evolution Pass core which Yang Kai was looking for. In that case, the only way to extract the core would be to separate the individual streams of void turbulence that had accumulated over the past 30,000 years. This was undoubtedly an extremely complicated task. Huang Xinyang felt quite exasperated. Back then, she had given her tail feather to Yang Kai mainly because she wanted to accompany him and find an opportunity to join in on the fun and kill a few Black Ink clansmen. But the first time she showed herself, Yang Kai was ordering her around like a laborer. If one were to compare this spherical object before them to a ball of yarn, then the countless turbulent currents in and around it would be the threads. These threads were interweaving and overlapping each other layer by layer in a complete mess. If one wanted to unravel these currents, it would be equivalent to extracting the threads from it one by one until it was revealed what was hidden inside. This required great willpower and patience. This was undoubtedly the most brute force method, but it was also the only method available. After Yang Kai reached this conclusion, he took action. He used space principles to form a barrier around the sphere, isolating it. He had to first isolate it because this sphere was constantly drawing in the surrounding void turbulence. If he didn't isolate it, he would never be able to completely clear the turbulent flows. For the current Yang Kai, forming a barrier was a simple matter. A moment later, an isolation field created by space principles enveloped the sphere. Space principles continued to fluctuate as Yang Kai's divine sense surged towards the sphere, searching for weak spots to exploit. After a while, a stream of void turbulence attached to the sphere was drawn out and then pushed out of the barrier by Yang Kai, discarding it into the void crack. The first step was always the hardest. After the first successful attempt, Yang Kai found the second to be much simpler. After removing several dozen streams of void turbulence, Yang Kai turned to the bored Huang Xinyang and called out to her, "Xinyang, don't just stand there. Help me." He had no idea how many streams of void turbulence had been gathered in this sphere over the past 30,000 years. Some had fused together while others had split apart, so the exact number was impossible to determine. All that was certain was that there was an enormous amount of them. It would take him a lot of time and effort if he were to try to separate them all by himself. Huang Xinyang glared at him fiercely. "You want this great aunt to help? Does it look like I owe you some great debt or something?" Despite saying so, Huang Xinyang still joined in. The next moment, Yang Kai felt powerful fluctuations of space principle radiating from her, as she drew out a turbulent flow with a gentle wave of her hand. She was many times faster than him at this. Yang Kai was extremely impressed. The Phoenix clan really deserved its title. Moreover, Huang Xinyang became faster and faster with her subsequent attempts. After a brief familiarization, her pair of fair hands began to move back and forth, flicking her fingers with great speed. Every time she flicked her fingers, space principles would undulate around her, quickly drawing out the turbulent flows around the sphere. Obviously, this was an extremely profound application of the Tao of space. While Yang Kai was quietly extracting the void turbulence, he was also stealing her knowledge in an open and above-board manner. He split his attention between Huang Xinyang and his task, appreciating the profound mysteries of the Tao of space. This kind of application of the Tao of space was extremely profound. Someone who had not cultivated the Tao of space would definitely be bewildered at the sight of this, but it took Yang Kai only half an hour to fully grasp its essence. For a time, the two of them stood side by side in front of the strange sphere, using their strength to frantically extract the threads from it. The size of the giant sphere decreased as the void turbulence around it decreased. Whether it was Yang Kai or Huang Xinyang, the speed at which they separated the void turbulence became faster and faster until each of them reached their respective peaks. Yang Kai silently calculated, and according to his current speed, it would take him half a year at most to completely remove the turbulence that made up this sphere. He would be able to see what was hidden inside then. It was most likely great evolution past core. After all, nothing else would be lost in this kind of damned place. However, after a month or so, Huang Xinyang suddenly stopped and turned to Yang Kai. "I can't persist any longer. I'll leave the rest to you." Saying so, her figure flickered as she flew towards Yang Kai. When she was halfway, the seven-colored streak of light transformed back to the tail feather, which was quickly grabbed by Yang Kai. Whether Xinyang could hear him or not, Yang Kai still thanked her. "Many thanks for your hard work." But judging by this, it became clear that the tail feather was indeed somewhat different from a soul clone. At the very least, normal soul clones wouldn't exhaust their strength so quickly. Yang Kai didn't know if Huang Ningxi could use this clone again, but he reckoned it was possible. He carefully placed it into his space ring. In any case, Xinyang could break through the barrier of the space ring herself, so if she wanted to appear, she would show herself. Without Xinyang's help, Yang Kai had no choice but to work alone. The original half-year estimate was instantly doubled. Yang Kai didn't find this exercise boring, though. This experience of extracting void turbulence was very rare and happened to be like a test of his mastery over the Tao of space. He had already reached his limit in terms of speed of extracting the void turbulence. If he could break through this limit, perhaps his mastery over the Tao of space would improve. From then on, Yang Kai continued to try all sorts of methods to extract the void turbulence, gaining a little each time. At some point, he suddenly stopped and focused his attention on the sphere. After a long time of extraction, the sphere had reduced to the height of only two people combined, and the thing hidden inside seemed to have finally revealed some clues. Yang Kai faintly felt a strange energy fluctuation coming from inside the sphere, but he did not dare to jump to any conclusions and carefully examined everything again. The next moment he was overjoyed. Apparently, his guess was right, this sphere was most likely great evolution past core. He continued to draw out the void turbulence without any more hesitation. As the surrounding turbulent flows were stripped away one by one, the true appearance of the thing hidden inside finally revealed itself. After another 10 days, Yang Kai managed to extract the last of the turbulent flows and finally saw the exact appearance of the thing inside, and that left him baffled. The thing in his sight was not great evolution past core like he was expecting, but rather the remains of a human cultivator. A long time had passed since this human had died. The corpse was riddled with wounds, with its flesh having withered under the effects of the void turbulence. Judging by the state of the corpse before its death, the expression on its face could be considered peaceful. Xianxia didn't know what order this old man was when he was alive, but he could faintly feel residual space principles from his remains. These residual space principles were not something left behind by the void turbulence, but rather they belonged to this person from the start. In other words, this man should have cultivated the Tao of space to some extent when he was still alive. However, after Xianxia scanned him, he reckoned that this man should have just started cultivating the Tao of space. If that wasn't the case, the man wouldn't have remained trapped in the void crack and would have found a way out long ago. It was precisely because of these faint traces of the Tao of space left in the remains that the surrounding void turbulence gathered and gradually formed a sphere-like object. Looking at the remains in front of him, Xianxia could imagine how this person had reacted after being trapped here. No matter what order this person was when he was alive, it would be difficult for him to find a way out of the void crack. If he wanted to leave, he would have to find a pattern to the void turbulence. After many years of observation and study, although he had suffered a great deal, he had finally managed to gain some insights into the Tao of space. If he had sufficient time to continue cultivating, he might have made some progress in the Tao of space and escaped. Unfortunately, for various unknown reasons, his strength was completely exhausted and had no way to replenish his energy. As such, he was unable to resist the void turbulence and eventually died of old age or injuries. After countless years, Xianxia finally found him. This scene was quite different from what he had imagined. He thought that 30,000 years ago, the soldiers of Great Evolution Pass had used the space array to send the core to Wind and Cloud Pass at that critical moment, but now it seemed that it was not just a simple delivery of the core but someone carrying it. There was no Great Evolution Pass core in sight, but Xianxia wasn't disappointed because if it were him, if he fled with the core, he would not be carrying it by hand. It must have been stored in this man's small universe or space ring. As the man was already dead, his small universe had certainly collapsed. No matter what the small universe had inside of it, it would have been destroyed. Xianxia turned his focus to the space ring on this man's right hand. He bowed to the corpse before approaching it and removing the space ring. When he scanned it with his divine sense, he discovered that all the restrictions on the space ring had been removed in advance. In other words, anyone who obtained the space ring would be able to easily retrieve its contents. The removal of the restrictions should have been done by this senior before his death. Even though he was in a desperate situation and about to die, he still firmly believed that someone would someday find him and retrieve the thing he had hidden. Thinking so, he could not leave behind any restrictions on his space ring, because if he did, it would only cause trouble for those who came to retrieve it in the future. If the space ring was destroyed while trying to remove the restrictions, its contents would be lost. Xianxia used his divine sense to investigate the contents of the space ring. The large space inside was empty, which was a given as this man must have used up everything he could while he was trapped here. Inside the space ring, there was only an identity token and a few artifacts. What caught Xianxia's attention, though, was a sparkling, translucent white jade tree. Xianxia slightly furrowed his brow. He didn't sense anything special about this white jade tree. It looked like an ornamental artifact. Is this Great Evolution Pass core? If not, where is the core? He didn't touch the small tree. After all, this place wasn't safe. If the jade tree was really Great Evolution Pass core, it wasn't suitable to be taken out here. Xianxia took out the identity token and checked it for a moment before a sigh escaped his lips. Although 30,000 years had passed, the identity token of the various great passes of the human race hadn't changed much. That's why, when Xianxia saw this identity token, he knew that it belonged to a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Because he also had such a token. The identity token contained information about the other party, but unfortunately, even this information had become incomplete under the erosion of time. All Xianxia could make out was his surname and middle name, which was Zhao and Yi respectively. As for the given name, he could not make it out. It was truly a pity. Countless people had sacrificed their lives on the black ink battlefield, leaving only their names behind on the Monument of Heroes. As for this senior Zhao, he might not even be able to leave his full name behind. This was quite a terrible era. Generation after generation, heroes of the 3,000 worlds laid down their lives on the black ink battlefield. But it was quite a wonderful era too. Despite countless sacrifices, people kept stepping forward to take the place of the fallen, rising to fight one after another. It was not that they were not afraid of death. They had finally reached the open heaven realm after painstakingly cultivating for so many years, and their lifespans were extremely long. So who wouldn't want to live a little longer? Be that as it may, people kept vehemently offering up everything they had for the sake of the human race. The peace of the 3,000 worlds had been forged with the blood and lives of these heroes, despite more than 99% of the people there being completely unaware of the Black Ink clan's existence. After bowing once more, Xianxia put away the space ring and collected the remains of the senior Zhao before turning around and flying away. Finding his way back was a simple matter for him, and he quickly found the right direction and flew straight through the void crack. A few days later, at Great Evolution Pass Space Array, the soldiers on duty were staring at the space array with rapt attention. Not just them, but even old ancestor Xiao was waiting here. It had been almost a year since Xianxia had traveled to Wind and Cloud Pass using the hyperspace array. Soon after, Wind and Cloud Pass had sent a message to inform of the situation. Therefore, old ancestor Xiao knew that Xianxia was searching for Great Evolution Pass core in the void crack right now. But whether or not he could find it, or even if Great Evolution Pass core was really lost in the void crack, was still speculative. All the Great Evolution Army could do now was wait. At the same time, they also hoped that Xianxia's guess was correct. Otherwise, the loss of the core would be extremely detrimental to the upcoming crusade. At some point, the space array suddenly began to hum, and it lit up as a portal slowly appeared. Old ancestor Xiao, who was watching closely, suddenly narrowed her eyes. The soldiers on duty also hurriedly started moving to locate the source of the transmission. But before they could figure out what was happening, a pair of hands suddenly emerged from the portal. A mysterious force surged out from those hands as they fiercely pulled apart from each other, forcefully tearing open the portal which had yet to fully take form. The next moment, Xianxia's figure leapt out of the portal and breathed a long sigh of relief. Although he was proficient in the Tao of space, staying in the void crack for an extended period was anything but pleasant. The feeling of emptiness and chaos would make anyone feel anxious. Sensing old ancestor Xiao's, Xianxia quickly walked towards her. "Well?" old ancestor Xiao asked. "I found something." While speaking, Xianxia handed over the space ring to the old ancestor and at the same time took out Senior Zhao's remains. The old ancestor's eyes turned slightly dim when she first laid eyes on the corpse. Only after a moment did she finally examine the contents of the space ring. Soon, she too let out a long sigh of relief. Seeing this, Xianxia asked in a low voice, "Is it the core?" Xiao nodded her affirmation. "It's the core." Xianxia was finally able to relax. He was really afraid that the white jade tree was not Great Evolution Pass core. If it wasn't, this trip would have been in vain. "Is this the soldier who left Great Evolution Pass with the core that day?" old ancestor Xiao asked, looking at the remains. Xianxia nodded. Yes. Xianxia hadn't carefully examined the remains back in the void crack, but now that he had taken them out, he found that there was a huge wound on its back, deep enough to see bone. Even after so many years, it showed no signs of healing. It was easy to imagine that when Great Evolution Pass was about to be breached, this man surnamed Zhao must have taken the core and stepped into the space array, preparing to send it to Wind and Cloud Pass. But the moment the hyperspace array was activated, the Black Ink clan must have broken through. The soldiers there had to stop the space array from operating, which caused the transmission to go awry, and severely injured him in the process. With the transmission cut off, Senior Zhao was lost in the void crack for countless years before finally succumbing to his injuries. Before his death, he had made the utmost effort to place Great Evolution Pass core into his space ring and remove its restrictions, entrusting the completion of his task to the later generations. It could be said that if it weren't for this senior's efforts, Xianxia wouldn't have been able to find the core so easily. This was a mission handed down 30,000 years ago. "Bury him with full honors," old ancestor Xiao ordered. Yang Kai agreed with a nod. Of course. Since the core had been found, Yang Kai didn't need to worry about the rest. Under the old ancestor's charge, the core was installed in Great Evolution Pass before she issued a general order. Immediately after, the auras of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters appeared one after another inside Great Evolution Pass, gathering towards someplace. Oh! Every Great Pass had two extremely special places. One was the Monument of Heroes, which recorded the names of generations of fallen heroes who died in battle. The other was the cemetery, the final resting place of the fallen ancestors. Every battle against the Black Ink clan was extremely intense, and many had lost their lives in battle, leaving behind nothing but a name on the Monument of Heroes. But there were still some who died with intact corpses. Their remains were collected by the survivors and buried in the cemetery. To the soldiers of the Black Ink battlefield, dying in battle was not the ideal outcome, but it was an acceptable one. Every soldier who stepped onto the Black Ink battlefield had the will to lay down their life if need be. Even after generations of sacrifices, all the soldiers firmly believed that the Black Ink clan would be exterminated one day, purging the enemy from the Black Ink battlefield once and for all. Great Evolution Pass Cemetery didn't have many remains of past heroes. 30,000 years ago, the Black Ink clan had occupied Great Evolution Pass, and although the Monument of Heroes was left intact, the cemetery had to be rebuilt. The previous cemetery had already been destroyed by the Black Ink clan. To refine the enormous throne of bones for the royal lord, the Black Ink clan had not only collected the remains of the human race masters from the battlefield, but even the ones buried in the cemetery, which finally led to the creation of the Throne of Bones for Great Evolution Theater's royal lord. At present, this throne had already been dismantled by old ancestor Xianxia, and the remains buried in the cemetery, along with the remains of the soldiers who had died in the battle to retake Great Evolution Pass. There were more than 10,000 remains buried in the cemetery. Many of the martyrs had died without leaving behind anything apart from the mark they had left on the Monument of Heroes. Yang Kai was quietly waiting in front of the cemetery. Not long after, a streak of light flew over from the horizon before landing in front of him. Before saying anything, the newcomer first respectfully bowed towards the cemetery, then asked, "What is it?" Grandmaster Ma Fan had immediately rushed over after receiving Yang Kai's message, but he didn't know why Yang Kai had chosen this location. Normally, no one would come to the cemetery, and every time they did, it meant that someone who had died in the battle was going to be buried. Those who died in battle didn't need to be mourned. The survivors only needed to diligently cultivate, raise their strength, and kill more Black Ink clansmen. This was the best way to comfort the dead. "Do you know this senior?" As Yang Kai spoke, he took out Senior Zhao's remains and placed them in front of him. Grandmaster Ma Fan shot a glance at them and was instantly stunned. Although it was impossible to see the original appearance of this man after his corpse had dried out and shriveled from exposure to the void crack for so many years, there still remained traces of his past visage. In the past, when Great Evolution Pass was in critical need of assistance, all the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Great Evolution Paradise had rushed to the battlefield where they ultimately died in the final battle. If this senior surnamed Zhao was someone who had come to support Great Evolution Pass, Grandmaster Ma Fan should be able to recognize him. This was also why Yang Kai had sent him a message. Senior Zhao had already passed away, but if it was possible, he should try to find out his full name so it could be properly inscribed onto the Monument of Heroes. Reality proved that Grandmaster Ma Fan recognized this senior. Grandmaster Ma Fan started trembling. He knelt on the ground and respectfully kowtowed 3 times to the remains before slowly standing up and whispering with slightly red eyes, "He is my Great Evolution Paradise's martial uncle Zhao Huan." Yang Kai slightly nodded, confirming that Grandmaster Ma Fan was right. Grandmaster Ma Fan suppressed his excitement and asked, "Where did you find him?" Yang Kai heaved a sigh. "In the void crack between Great Evolution Pass and Wind and Cloud Pass. When Great Evolution Pass was breached, Senior Zhao took the core and attempted to bring it safely to Wind and Cloud Pass. Unfortunately, Space Array was disabled at that time to prevent the Black Ink clan from using it, and he was trapped in the void crack mid-transit." Grandmaster Ma Fan immediately understood everything. Only a few people knew about the loss of Great Evolution Pass core, but Grandmaster Ma Fan was one of them. This was because old ancestor Xiao had made preparations for all eventualities. On one side, she constantly harassed the royal lord, asking him for the core, while on the other, she asked the artifact refining great grandmasters in the past to see if they could refine a replacement. Unfortunately, even with Grandmaster Ma Fan and the other artifact refining master's skills, their progress was dreadfully slow. The core of every pass was an ancient artifact. It wasn't that the people of that era were necessarily more skilled in artifact refining than the current generation, but the artifact refiners of that era must have spent an enormous amount of time, effort, and resources to refine these cores. What Grandmaster Ma Fan and the others lacked most to refine a replacement was time. "So you've also found the core?" Grandmaster Ma Fan suddenly asked. Yang Kai nodded. No wonder. It was no wonder so many Eighth Order auras had appeared just now and gathered. Turned out that the core had been found. Obviously, old ancestor Xiao wanted to borrow the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master's strength to install the core and run some tests. As his sect elder's remains had been found, Grandmaster Ma Fan threw the matter of the core to the back of his mind and helped Yang Kai bury his martial uncle in the cemetery without a moment of hesitation. In truth, Ma Fan wasn't that close with this martial uncle Zhao Huan. In the era Great Evolution Paradise fell, Grandmaster Ma Fan had only recently entered the sect and was just one of many young disciples. Although he was highly regarded by his honored master, he hadn't come into contact with too many top masters of the sect. In fact, he had only seen this martial uncle Zhao a few times. He especially remembered the day when all of Great Evolution Paradise's Open Heaven Realm Masters were mobilized. This martial uncle Zhao, like many other martial uncles and ancestors, looked back at Great Evolution Paradise's gate before leaving and never returned. When they saw each other again, they were already separated by life and death. Martial uncle Zhao's remains had been found, but the remains of his honored master and many of his senior brothers and senior sisters who had reached the Open Heaven Realm had not even left a single bone behind. After burying senior Zhao Huan's remains, Grandmaster Ma Fan personally went to the Monument of Heroes to engrave his name on it. Yang Kai accompanied him. The remains were brought back by him, so he naturally had to finish what he started. Yang Kai's heart sank when he laid his eyes on the numerous names on the Monument of Heroes. It had only been a few centuries since he arrived at the Black Ink battlefield, but even so, he had experienced the loss of countless peers. In the battle against the Black Ink clan at the royal city, Chi Taichu could be said to have died under his command. Even if he was proficient in the Tao of space and was invincible amongst his peers, he could not save Chi Taichu's life in such a chaotic battlefield. This was his greatest regret on the Black Ink battlefield so far, and he didn't want to experience such a thing ever again. That was why he had to become stronger. Yang Kai silently prayed that no new names would be added to the Monument of Heroes, and that all the soldiers joining the crusade would be able to return safely. Suddenly, a humming sound reverberated from somewhere inside Great Evolution Pass before it began to violently shake, causing Yang Kai to lose his footing. Immediately after, figures hurriedly flew high up to investigate in all directions, one after another. The next moment, an invisible shockwave quickly spread out from somewhere. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he turned to look at Grandmaster Ma Fan. Grandmaster Ma Fan stated in a heavy voice, "The core has been activated." Only now did Yang Kai come to realize what happened. At that moment, he had thought that the Black Ink clan had come to attack. To his surprise, it was the core he had brought back being activated. As for Great Evolution Pass with its core installed, it was completely different from before. If the Great Evolution Pass of the past was an inanimate object, then the current Great Evolution Pass gave Yang Kai the feeling of a living being, as if it had transformed into a giant beast. And this giant beast was currently starving. Only the lives of the Black Ink clan could satiate it. The tremors disappeared as quickly and suddenly as they came, and Great Evolution Pass returned to normal after just a few breaths. Like it was a sleeping dragon that suddenly poked its head out of its cave, looked around for a moment, and then withdrew. Everyone could feel that the Great Evolution Pass had changed. The crusade is about to begin. Get ready? Grandmaster Ma Fan stated before flying towards the source of the tremors. He was extremely curious about Great Evolution Pass core and naturally wanted to study it too. If one day the core was damaged, a great Grandmaster artifact refiner like him would be needed to repair it. Watching Ma Fan's figure grow smaller and smaller, Yang Kai's heart began to rapidly beat in excitement. The crusade is finally here. Whether or not the humans could finally live in peace depended on the results of this crusade. If they could really purge the Black Ink clan from the Black Ink battlefield, there would no longer be any threat to the 3,000 worlds. Generations of elites would no longer have to leave their homes for the battlefield where their only fate was death. Yang Kai's figure flickered as space principles fluctuated and he disappeared from his spot. The concept of a crusade was not something new. Humans had been thinking of launching a crusade for a long time, but this idea had become impossible to implement for various reasons. First and foremost, the corruption of the Black Ink strength could not be resolved. The humans had countless eras of experience in defending the Great Passes and resisting the Black Ink clan's invasion, but if they were to actively go on offense, too many variables would come into the equation. No one could guarantee that a crusade would be successful, and if things didn't go as planned, the entire Black Ink battlefield's defense line would very likely collapse. At that time, even with the Dragon and Phoenix clans defending the No-Return Pass, they still wouldn't be able to resist the Black Ink clan's invasion, and danger would befall the 3,000 worlds. It wasn't until Yang Kai entered the Black Ink battlefield that real plans for a crusade were gradually formulated. It was as if he had appeared specifically to make the human race's counterattack possible. Black Ink's strength, which had given a headache to the upper echelons of countless generations, had been easily resolved after his arrival. Whether it was the purifying light or the purifying Black Ink pills that were developed later, humans finally had the means to resist the corruption of the Black Ink strength. Owing to these two methods, not a single human had been corrupted by Black Ink strength in the last few centuries. Not only that, but many Black Ink disciples who had appeared on the battlefield had been captured and rescued. After solving the problem of Black Ink strength, what the humans needed to consider next were resources. Resources were of critical importance in any war. Cultivators needed resources to heal their wounds, cultivate, arrange spirit arrays, refine warships, and so forth. The Black Ink battlefield was extremely rich in materials as there was an enormous amount of dead universe worlds to mine them from. Be that as it may, it had been extremely difficult for the humans to extract these resources. They could only mine a few resources within the range of the Great Passes after every war, and the time they had was never more than a few decades because they had to retreat before the arrival of the Black Ink clan's next attack. A large portion of the resources that the humans used were sent from the 3,000 worlds. As such, the humans at the various passes would ration everything, from cultivation resources to food and clothing. Every single piece of material was hard-won, and every open heaven pill was extremely precious. Those who had never been to the Black Ink battlefield would find it difficult to imagine that a group of high-rank open heaven realm cultivators would be living such frugal lives. But this problem was also solved by Yang Kai's arrival. The proliferation of the void yin-yang mirrors made it extremely easy for the Great Passes to mine resources. This mysterious set of artifacts seemed to have been specially invented for the Black Ink battlefield. During the war to regain Great Evolution Pass, Xianxia had ordered the artifact refiners of the East-West Army to refine tens of thousands of puppets just to attract the attention of the Black Ink clansmen at Great Evolution Pass. The amount of resources he had spent was enormous. He would have never dreamed of doing something like this before the appearance of the void yin-yang mirrors. As the problem of Black Ink strength and the resources had been taken care of, all that was left was to compare the strength. In terms of numbers, the Black Ink clan had an innate advantage. Every Great Pass had a population of around 30,000 human soldiers, but in the corresponding theaters, the Black Ink clan army always numbered in the millions. Although the vast majority of Black Ink clansmen had quite low strength, there was no lack of masters like territory lords. If the humans didn't have enough strength, the crusade would only be an empty threat. Feudal lords were not of much concern and many died in every war, but killing a territory lord was a whole different concept. The evil-purging divine spear was born for this purpose. This weapon would play a crucial role in the crusade. To hide this tool, the Great Evolution Army, despite being equipped with such weapons, had never used the evil purging divine spears no matter how many casualties they suffered in the mission to retake Great Evolution Pass. Because once it was used, the news would quickly spread to the other theaters and the Black Ink clan would have their guards up against it. By then, the evil purging divine spear's effectiveness in the other theaters would become much more limited. This was a trump card that the human race had painstakingly developed and hidden, and it would definitely give the Black Ink clan a huge unpleasant surprise. The birth of the evil purging divine spear was also related to Xianxia. Although this artifact was created by Grandmaster Ma Fan, the purifying light in every evil purging divine spear was personally sealed there by Xianxia. Considering everything, this crusade was almost driven by a single person, transforming an idea into reality. How could the human Ninth Order old ancestors not value Xianxia? This was why they had paid such a price to reach an agreement with the Dragon Clan to send him to the no-return pass. Even if he was invincible amongst his peers, the strength of a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master was still insufficient in the grand scheme of things. Only with his new ancient dragon form could he have sufficient strength to protect himself on the battlefield. Xianxia still didn't know what price the ancestors had paid to obtain the chance for him to enter the dragon pond. Old ancestor Xiao didn't say anything, nor did he ask as it was meaningless to do so. Killing more of the Black Ink clansmen on the battlefield was the best way to repay the Ninth Order Masters. Xianxia once again began sealing the purifying light into the evil purging divine spears. He had already sealed purifying light in a lot of spears, but more had been amassed over the years. Now that the crusade was imminent, it was naturally better to have as many of these spears as possible to deal with the feudal lords and territory lords. Almost all the artifact refiners of the other Great Passes had toiled hard to refine these spears and send them to Great Evolution Pass. After having sealed the purifying light, Xianxia sent batches of these spears back. While Xianxia had his hands full, the soldiers of Great Evolution Pass were not idle. Currently, a large number of universe worlds had been gathered at the periphery of Great Evolution Pass, and tens of thousands of soldiers were mining resources without rest. If a war broke out, these calm and peaceful days would come to an end. Naturally, they had to take advantage of this opportunity to accumulate more resources. Time slowly passed by. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. Outside Great Evolution Pass, the members of the Dawn Squad were bustling about on a universe world, including Xianxia. Xianxia was already finished with the accumulated evil purging divine spears 2 months ago, but he hadn't gone to rest and had instead come over to help. If they were to send him even more evil purging divine spears later, he would naturally seal purifying light after they had reached a certain amount. Suddenly, a staggering aura welled up from inside Great Evolution Pass. Even though it was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, this aura was still majestic and imposing. The aura belonged to none other than the old ancestor. All the busy people instantly stopped whatever they were doing and looked towards Great Evolution Pass. On the other side, old ancestor Xiao's voice rang out clearly, "Great Evolution Army, gather inside the pass." After relaying the orders, the aura disappeared as if it had never existed. Xianxia looked at the nearby Xianxia as his expression slightly changed. Xianxia let out a long sigh. "It's time." Xianxia slightly nodded in agreement. The crusade was about to begin. "Let's go," Xianxia shouted, leading his squad towards Great Evolution Pass. In the void, the other squads who were mining the universe world also started gathering towards Great Evolution Pass like birds returning to their nest. In less than an hour, tens of thousands of Great Evolution soldiers had gathered in the central square before the Monument of Heroes. Although a staggering amount of people had gathered here, not a single sound could be heard. There was only a deafening silence and a fearsome aura permeating the square. Old ancestor Xiao happened to be standing right before everyone, dressed in plain clothes. On her left was the Eastern Army Commander Xianxia and the Western Army Commander Lu Zhiping. On her right was the Southern Army Commander Ouyang Lai and the Northern Army Commander Mi Jingluan. Behind them were the 8th Order Division commanders. There were a total of 74 people. Originally, there were 73, but Su Linggong had advanced to the 8th Order 200 years ago, so now there was one more. It might seem like a lot, But one had to remember that when the Great Evolution Army was first established, the four armies had a total of over 60,000 soldiers and 128th Order Masters. To retake Great Evolution Pass, dozens of 8th Order Masters had died, and nearly half of the Great Evolution Army soldiers below the 8th Order had fallen. Over the past 30,000 years, besides the day Great Evolution Pass was breached, the casualties suffered in the war to regain Great Evolution Pass were undoubtedly the highest and most tragic. Every battle with the Black Ink clan was extremely dangerous. This war was related to survival of the two races, so everyone had a reason to kill the enemy. Right then, old ancestor Xiao Zhao's clear and sonorous voice reverberated from the forefront. More than 360 years ago, the Great Evolution East-West Army was established at Wind and Cloud Pass, and the North-South Army was established at Azure Void Pass. The two armies marched together towards Great Evolution Theater, and after a lengthy war spanning over 150 years, we finally managed to regain Great Evolution Pass. Both armies suffered heavy losses, but all of their sacrifices were worth it. Retaking Great Evolution Pass means that the human race's line of defense no longer has any flaws. But retaking Great Evolution Pass wasn't our ultimate goal. It was just the starting point. Perhaps many of you have heard of a crusade over the years and have been eagerly anticipating it. Today, Great Evolution Pass is ready, as are all the other Great Passes. The Black Ink clan has wreaked havoc on the Black Ink battlefield for countless millennia, and we humans have been forced to passively defend the various Great Passes all this time. Although we have paid a great price and sacrificed countless lives, we had no choice but to remain passive, incapable of going on offense. It is not that we did not want to, it was that we simply could not afford to. However, defending alone will not solve anything. Again and again, each generation has left the problem to the next, but it is our era now. Should we leave this problem to the next generation and let them take care of it? No one wants to see their children and grandchildren fight the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield, unable to see any hope of victory. Our ancestors didn't want this either. They already did their best, and without their persistence, effort, and sacrifice, we wouldn't be standing here today and speaking such nonsense. That is why we must embark on this crusade. We now have everything necessary to do so. We are born in a good era, because we will be the generation that completely eradicates the Black Ink clan. We will witness the end of this great war that has lasted for countless eons, and every single one of you will play an important role in it. This time we will trample flat the royal city and slaughter every single enemy. Not one will be spared. Old ancestor Xiao Zhao's voice gradually became louder as her slender figure rose high up, giving off a noble and majestic aura. Kill! Xianxia, who was standing behind her, shouted. Kill! The 8th Order Division Commander Masters shouted in unison. Kill! 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 The voices of the tens of thousands of soldiers shook the world as the entire Great Evolution Pass was enveloped in a palpable murderous intent. Every soldier felt their blood boil and couldn't wait to find Black Ink clansmen to kill. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao raised her hand and the battle cries instantly stopped. Her eyes swept across the entire army as she gently stated, "The dead cannot bear witness to victory. Only by surviving can we see the end of the Black Ink clan." Saying so, she bowed to the tens of thousands of soldiers. The several dozen 8th Order Division Commander Masters behind her also bowed. She was paying her respects to all the soldiers who had sacrificed themselves for countless years so the upcoming crusade could be possible. Tens of thousands of soldiers bowed in return. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao straightened up and shouted, "Everyone, prepare yourselves. The crusade has begun." Her figure flickered and disappeared. The other 8th Order Masters also quickly dispersed. Although old ancestor Xiao Xiao had said that they would begin the crusade today, Great Evolution Pass was still quite far from the royal city, so it would take some time for them to reach there. When the Great Evolution East-West Army retreated from the royal city towards Great Evolution Pass, it took them a full month to return, and that was traveling in a straight line without any kind of obstructions. Just as Xianxia was about to take a step forward, a voice suddenly called out to him, causing him to turn his head and nod slightly. After instructing the people from the dawn to leave, Xianxia made his way to the Eastern Army headquarters. The one who had sent him a transmission just now was Xianxia. Yang Kai wasn't the only one summoned. There were several others as well. Old Turtle Squad Leader, Chai Fong, Profound Wind Squad Leader, Ma Gao, Snow Wolf Squad Leader Yao Kongcheng. Counting Yang Kai's Dawn Squad, all 4 of Great Evolution Army's Special Operations Squads had been called up. Each of these elite squads possessed combat power that far exceeded other squads. Among them, the Old Turtle Squad was the same as the Dawn, conscripted from Blue Sky Pass, while the Profound Wind and Snow Wolf squads came from other passes. Be that as it may, they became members of the Great Evolution Army after being assigned here, no matter their origins. Yang Kai had cooperated with these 2 squads before. When the Great Evolution East-West Army attacked the Black Ink Clan's rear, he had been ordered by Xianxia to head towards Great Evolution Pass in search of the North-South Army. After completing his mission, Yang Kai did not immediately leave, and instead joined the North-South Army to block the Black Ink Clan at Great Evolution Pass. During that battle, he had led these 2 elite squads to cut across the battlefield several times, breaking through the Black Ink Clan's lines and scattering them into more manageable groups. In that battle, he had used Golden Crow Cast the Sun many times to open the path, killing countless Black Ink Clansmen in the process. Ma Gao and Yao Kongcheng were extremely impressed by Yang Kai. They too were veteran 7th Order Masters. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to become squad leaders of Special Operations Squads. But they had never anyone as fierce as Yang Kai in their long career on the Black Ink battlefield. Although Yang Kai had rarely shown himself over the years, he had interacted with these 2, so he was no stranger to them. The crowd of tens of thousands of soldiers had already dispersed by now. Since the crusade had begun, they naturally had to make preparations to engage the Black Ink Clan. Only the 4 squad leaders headed towards the Eastern Army headquarters. They looked at each other before Chai Fong asked, grinning, "Can you guess why Big Head Xiang is looking for us?" The corner of Yang Kai's brow twitched. Ma Gao and Yao Kongcheng were even more shocked by Chai Fong's address. Although the Big Head Xiang and Big Head Me monikers started from the old ancestor and had already spread across Great Evolution Pass, everyone only used them in private. There really weren't many people like Chai Fong who blatantly used them in public. The old ancestor felt that Xiangshan and Mi Jingluan were both people with thoughts as vast as the sea, so they must have big heads. However, even if the old ancestor and Ouyang Lai could call them as such, the 7th Order Masters could not use such monikers freely. If Xiangshan heard them, they would be in big trouble. Chai Fong didn't take it seriously, however, and just stated, "Big Head is the old ancestor's praise for those 2. What does it matter even if they hear it?" As soon as he finished speaking, an azure hand suddenly stretched out from the Eastern Army headquarters, grabbing towards Chai Fong. Chai Fong was beside himself in shock. Just as he was about to dodge, an invisible force restrained him. The giant hand grabbed him and ruthlessly threw him out. Chai Fong disappeared from everyone's sight, accompanied by his distancing scream. Yang Kai and the other 2 shot a furtive glance at the fading figure, but their expressions remained unchanged even after seeing this. They acted like they didn't see anything. Ma Gao asked, "Brother Chai asked a good question. Why did the higher-ups summon us this time?" "Brother Yang, do you know something? In the entire Great Evolution Pass, not to mention the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, not even the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would come into such frequent contact with the old ancestor like Yang Kai. So, if anyone knew something, it would be Yang Kai." However, Yang Kai just shook his head in response. "I haven't heard anything, but since all 4 of us were called here, it must be related to something only our squads can do. If I had to guess, they're calling us to scout out the route, spy on enemy movements, or something similar." Yao Kongcheng nodded in agreement after hearing this. "That makes sense. I heard from my martial uncle that since Great Evolution Pass Core has been found, the Great Pass can now be mobilized. But even the old ancestor alone won't be able to move such a massive mobile palace artifact. At least 68th Order Masters would be needed to help her for things to go smoothly." 60? Ma Gao's face was filled with surprise. Right now, there are a total of 74 8th Order Masters in Great Evolution Pass. With 60 of them gone, doesn't that mean that only 14 8th Order Division Commanders will be able to move freely? That's right. Yao Kongcheng nodded in agreement. Those 14 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters probably need to guard the pass to prevent any accidents, so the responsibility of scouting will probably fall on us. Brother Yang's guess should be correct. Yang Kai suddenly thought of another problem. Great Evolution Pass movement requires the combined efforts of the Old Ancestor and 68th Order Masters. So wouldn't it be the same for other passes? If so, most of the pass's strength will be greatly reduced during the crusade. If they run into the Black Ink Clan army, they will definitely be thrown into confusion. There were currently 74 Eighth Order Masters in Great Evolution Pass, but that was because there had been 128 Order Masters when the Great Evolution Army was first established. Although many of them had died in battle, the number of remaining 8 Order Masters far exceeded the average in the other Great Passes. It was doubtful whether all the other Great Passes even had 68th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. If so many Masters were required to drive the Great Passes, these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would not be able to easily take action. For example, Blue Sky Pass, which Yang Kai was most familiar with. Originally, it had about 68th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but after transferring Xianxia and 4 other 8th Order Masters, it definitely did not have enough. He had only made a casual guess on why Xianxia had summoned the 4 squad leaders over, but by the looks of it, his guess might be spot on. An 8th Order Master could not be easily dispatched, but scouts would be needed to reconnaissance missions during the crusade. The Special Operations Squads were perfectly suited for this kind of mission. An army always needed scouts. Even when Great Evolution's East-West Army retreated from the Royal City, scouts still led the way. Not to mention, this was the human race's crusade. As they spoke, they arrived at the army headquarters of the Eastern Army. The one guarding the door was an old acquaintance, Xianxia's adjutant, Li Xing. When he saw the squad leaders arrive, he stated with a smile, "The army commander is waiting for everyone. Please go in." There was no need to report anything. A moment later, Yang Kai and the others saw Xianxia standing with his hands behind his back inside the army headquarters. A universe chart was floating in front of Xianxia. His divine sense happened to be surging, as if he was studying something. Yang Kai and the others didn't disturb him. After waiting for a moment, Xianxia finally put away the universe chart and placed it on the table before speaking. "Your guesses are correct. I called you here because I want you to leave first and act as scouts." The corners of the trio's brows twitched. "How much free time do you have on your hands? You heard everything we were talking about on our way. Were you eavesdropping?" No wonder Chai Fong had been thrown out of Great Evolution Pass when he called out Big Head Xiang. On Great Evolution's side, the Old Ancestor and many other 8th Order Masters will need to work together to activate the core and drive the Great Pass. As such, not many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters are left who can move about freely, and the few who can have their own responsibilities and cannot be dispatched easily. After much deliberation, we concluded that your squads would be the best to scout the way ahead and identify enemy positions. Yang Kai and the others nodded and cupped their fists. "Sir, please explain what we should do." Xianxia explained. "The goal of Great Evolution's crusade this time is the Royal City and the Royal Lord. In the last war when we retook Great Evolution Pass, the Black Ink Clan suffered heavy casualties, and the Royal Lord was severely injured. Right now, the forces of the Black Ink Clan are basically all holed up in the vicinity of the Royal City, but because of Old Ancestors' actions these past few years, the Royal City's defenses have become extremely tight, so even the slightest movement will likely alert the Black Ink Clan army. In this crusade, our human race's chances of victory are quite high. What we need to consider is how to achieve our goal of wiping out the Black Ink Clan with the smallest losses, so we need to catch them off guard. What you need to do is very simple. First, you'll set out and scout the situation ahead. If you encounter the Black Ink Clan, try not to engage them if possible, but if you do, you must kill them all. Do not let the Black Ink Clan find out about the Great Evolution Army's movements. In this crusade, with Great Evolution Pass being mobilized, it would be difficult to not be discovered. This was not just a single warship or two that could use some kind of spirit array or some kind of artifact to conceal its movements. If Great Evolution Pass moved, it would naturally be quite grand and majestic, and it would quite easily be detected by the Black Ink Clan from a distance. Once the Black Ink Clan discovered Great Evolution Pass movements, They would be able to react in advance, and the Great Evolution Army would lose the element of surprise. That was why Yang Kai and the others needed to set out first. Firstly, to spy on the situation, and secondly, to eliminate any possible scouts of the Black Ink clan on the attack route. You don't need to worry too much about your safety. The old ancestors' actions over the past few years might have caused the Black Ink clan to go on high alert, but none of the territory lords dare to act rashly because the old ancestor has gone to bother them from time to time. The Black Ink clan soldiers patrolling outside the royal city will at most be led by feudal lords, which should be no problem for your squads to deal with them. The three nodded in agreement after hearing this. The territory lords didn't dare to show their faces, for they had no idea when the old ancestor would show up. If they were caught outside the royal city and ran into the old ancestor, they would die truly meaningless deaths. So, although the Black Ink clan had many teams out patrolling the periphery of the royal city, none of them were led by territory lords. Without a territory lord, the safety of the 4 special operations squads was guaranteed. As he spoke, Xianxia suddenly raised his head and glanced towards the door before lightly snorting, "Get in here!" Chai Feng's head popped in from the outside, swollen and looking extremely miserable. Still, he walked in with an ingratiating smile and bowed low. "Greetings, senior." Xianxia ignored him and turned to Yang Kai. "Your space beacons will be very useful. You and other squads can use them to send messages. If there is any danger, you can also quickly rush to support one another." "Understood," Yang Kai replied. Ever since Xianxia came to learn that the old ancestor was able to rush to the royal city so quickly with the help of the space beacon, he had asked Yang Kai to refine as many of them as possible. The materials required to refine space beacons were fairly common, but only someone with high proficiency in the Tao of space could make them. In Great Evolution Pass, only Yang Kai was capable of this. It's going to take a long time to reach the royal city. All of you should rest for the next half a year before setting off. Yang Kai and the others nodded in unison. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai asked, "Sir, I heard from the old ancestor that all the great passes will set out for the crusade. Did everyone discuss it beforehand?" Xianxia replied, "Naturally. If we want to completely eliminate the Black Ink clan, all the theaters will have to act in unison. Just dealing with one or two would be pointless. The Black Ink clan was born from the Black Ink nest. Their reproductive ability was far greater than the humans. So long as one or two high-rank Black Ink nests remained, the Black Ink clan would have a chance to rise from the ashes. To completely eliminate the Black Ink clan, all theaters had to act together and eliminate all the high-rank Black Ink nests. There were differences in strength and distance between the great passes and the royal cities of each theater, so the individual crusades would also look quite different from one another. For instance, in the Great Evolution Theater, victory was already set in stone. The royal lord, who had yet to recover from his injuries, was simply no match for old ancestor Xiao. Even if he borrowed the power of the Black Ink nest, he could only offer stubborn resistance. Without the royal lord in the picture, even if the Black Ink clan had many territory lords, the human race had the evil purging divine spears. The evil purging divine spears were destined to shine in the upcoming war. However, in other theaters, the Black Ink clan was basically at full strength, so some great passes were destined to have a tough battle ahead of them. Many people might die in this crusade, but if their deaths could bring eternal peace to the 3,000 worlds, every human soldier was willing to make that sacrifice. Xianxia told the 4 some more details before letting them leave. Not long after they left the army headquarters, the 4 heard a humming noise coming from the depths of Great Evolution Pass as it began quaking once more. Immediately after, many spirit arrays hidden in the depths of Great Evolution Pass began operating and started radiating with energy. The next moment, the pass that had remained motionless for countless years slowly started moving forward as if it was being pushed forward by an invisible force. Yang Kai and the others glanced at each other and could see the excitement in each other's eyes. With Great Evolution Pass moving forward, the crusade had officially begun. After bidding goodbye to each other, they returned to their respective residences. Inside Dawn's courtyard, Yang Kai summoned all the squad members and informed them of the plan that would commence in half a year. Everyone instantly rolled up their sleeves in anticipation. Since they had withdrawn from the royal city over 200 years ago, they had not fought with the Black Ink clan again. During this time, the supply of resources was abundant, allowing everyone in Dawn to improve their strength. Many of the Fifth Order masters had regained their Sixth Order cultivation, so they couldn't wait to fight with the Black Ink clan. Unfortunately, they had been busy overhauling the various parts of Great Evolution Pass over the past many years. After Great Evolution Pass had been repaired and reorganized, they had been mining resources. In other words, there had been no opportunity to fight with the Black Ink clan. What was the point of simply increasing their strength if they couldn't kill the Black Ink clan? Now, an opportunity was right before them. Everyone dispersed to rest and condition themselves. Xianxia turned his head towards a certain room as a slight furrow appeared on his brow. Inside this cultivation room, Fengying had been in retreat for many years and had yet to exit. No one knew what her condition was. Back when Xianxia was making a soup out of the beef gifted to him by Wind and Cloud Pass old ancestor at Dawn's camp, Su Linggong happened to come over and drink a bowl of it. He had heard that it was a gift from an old ancestor and suddenly received an epiphany. He used that opportunity to break through to the Eighth Order in one fell swoop. The beef soup was just an ordinary soup and had no special properties at all. Nonetheless, Su Linggong had a preconceived notion in his mind and felt that the soup was something mystical and the opportunity did not come from himself but was thanks to the soup. While observing Su Linggong breaking through to the Eighth Order, Fengying also gained some benefits and went into a retreat. It had been 200 years since then, but there had been no movement. This was also something that had been bothering Xianxia recently. Upon arriving at the Black Ink battlefield, the first person he encountered was Meng Qi. But to protect the secret of the Void Corridor, Meng Qi had decisively committed suicide. Fengying was the second human soldier he had run into, and it was thanks to her help that he was able to gather a group of Black Ink disciples, restore their minds, and slaughter his way back to Blue Sky Pass. After the creation of Dawn, Fengying had fought shoulder to shoulder with him, sharing life and death many times over. Xianxia was quite excited about the results of her retreat and hoped that everything would go well. But by the looks of it, Fengying's retreat did not seem to be going smoothly. Otherwise, there would not have been no movements for the past 2 centuries. Outsiders could not help her in this situation, though. Everything would depend on her own fortitude and fortune. Looking towards the room, Xianxia heaved a light sigh. "Senior sister, the crusade has begun. If you don't come out soon, you'll miss it." Every soldier who had just entered the Black Ink battlefield learned that the Great Passes were really just giant mobile palace artifacts. But since ancient, these mobile palace artifacts had only served as the strongest defensive shields and had never been sent into battle before. Today, the tens of thousands of soldiers of Great Evolution Pass witnessed this magnificent feat. It wasn't just Great Evolution Pass. Over 100 Great Passes across the vast Black Ink battlefield set off on their crusade at almost the same time. It really wasn't an easy task to control such a massive mobile palace artifact. At least one Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm and 38th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had to be stationed at the core in order to just move it. It also needed 38th Order Masters to remain on standby. Its initial speed was very slow, almost as slow as a turtle's crawl, but the speed of Great Evolution Pass gradually increased with time. A month later, it had already reached the speed of an ordinary Dao Source Realm Master. Another month later, it was comparable to an Emperor Realm Master. Another month later, its speed was no worse than a low-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. Such a colossus object could be said to be unstoppable when it started moving. Whether it was a big asteroid or an entire universe world, the Great Pass would smash through it like rotten wood. Another month later, the speed of Great Evolution Pass had reached its limit, about on par with a 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. This was still far slower than the army's normal marching speed, but that could not be helped. At this speed, it would take at least half a year to reach the royal city. They had not encountered a single Black Ink clansman along the way. Just as Xianxia had said, the Black Ink clan in Great Evolution Theater had been completely defeated and were now too scared to move out, concentrating almost all their forces near the royal city. When the speed of Great Evolution Pass had reached its limit, the old ancestor and the 8th Order Masters were finally able to have a bit of respite and restore their energy. They did not need to constantly use their strength to drive Great Evolution Pass core to accelerate the massive mobile palace artifact. Meanwhile, the tens of thousands of Great Evolution soldiers did not remain idle either. Many of the universe worlds in Great Evolution Passway had been smashed to pieces, and the resources in those universe worlds could not be wasted. In other words, the soldiers left Great Evolution Pass one after another to collect the resources from these shattered universe worlds under Xianxia's command. After collecting them, they only needed to activate the universe transference law to return to Great Evolution Pass. Like this, they picked up a lot of materials along the way. It wasn't that Xianxia was managing things economically and methodically, but rather that everyone had seriously underestimated just how much Great Evolution Pass consumed to keep moving. Great Evolution Pass had accumulated a massive amount of resources over the past few centuries, but now that it had truly started moving, everyone realized that the consumption of resources was too intense. Since there was a chance to collect more resources, Xianxia would naturally not let this opportunity go, because once they reached the royal city, they would not be able to collect them. A few months later, the 4 special operations squads were assembled at Great Evolution Pass Eastern Gate, comprised of a total of 200 Open Heaven Realm Masters, with nearly 40 in the 7th Order, making up 20% of the total. This was quite a magnificent lineup. Although there were many people here, no one was making even a single noise. All of them were just silently waiting. At a certain moment, Great Evolution Pass barriers parted and a gap was opened. "Let's go!" Xianxia shouted as the Dawn's members, who had been waiting for a long time, rushed out. Following closely behind them were the Old Turtles, followed by the Profound Wind and Snow Wolf squads. After exiting Great Evolution Pass, the 4 squad leaders immediately summoned their respective warships as their squad members boarded and took their respective positions. The warships' arrays started humming before the 4 warships shot straight ahead, rapidly flying away from Great Evolution Pass, leaving dazzling trails of light in their wake. Although Great Evolution Pass current speed was fast, comparable to a mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, it was still a colossal entity, so it had reached its limit. A warship, on the other hand, was different. No matter how slow a warship was, it would still be much faster than the current speed of Great Evolution Pass. The 4 warships did not immediately scatter. There was still some distance to the royal city, so this location was safe. Since they would not run into any Black Ink clansmen yet, there was no need to disperse. To carry out this mission, each warship had undergone a certain degree of modification, which greatly enhanced their stealth and mobility. Many offensive arrays were sacrificed for this. Xianxia was standing on the deck of the Dawning Light with a universe chart in his hand, checking the direction and leading the other 3 warships. Originally, the human race universe charts didn't include the topography of Great Evolution Theater. After all, the Black Ink clan had occupied Great Evolution Pass for 30,000 years, so no one knew about the exact situation of Great Evolution Theater. But as a matter of course, as the Great Evolution East-West Army invaded the Black Ink clan's territory on their way to the Royal City, and then on their way back to Great Evolution Pass, the chart masters accompanying the army were able to create a new universe chart that would be of great use in the upcoming crusade. At maximum speed, it wouldn't take long for the warships to reach the Royal City, but they were not aiming solely for speed, as their job was to maintain a certain lead on the Great Pass to provide reconnaissance information. The Black Ink clan was currently terrified of the sudden and elusive intrusion of the old ancestor, so no territory lord dared to wander outside the royal city. At the same time, the defenses of the royal city had become extremely tight because of the old ancestor's constant harassment. The Black Ink clan's surveillance range should be half a month's distance away from the royal city at the Great Pass current speed. In other words, the 4 scouting squads should encounter the Black Ink clan soldiers monitoring the vicinity of the royal city within a month and a half if they maintained a 2-month lead on Great Evolution Pass. After sending a divine sense transmission to Chai Fong and the other 2 squad leaders, informing the 3 about the situation, all 3 of them nodded in response. The following journey remained uneventful. During this time, all the members of the squad, except those who were responsible for maintaining the ship systems, were quietly cultivating. A month and a half later, Chai Fong's voice suddenly rang in Xianxia's ears. "Brother Yang, it's time." The meditating Xianxia immediately opened his eyes and stared deep into the void before slightly nodding. Everyone, just shout if you run into trouble. Don't try to be a hero. The old ancestor is right behind us. If we win this battle, we won't have to worry about anything. I hope that I will see all of you at the celebration banquet where we will drink till we pass out. Ma Gao laughed. Yao Kongcheng added, I have a few jars of fine wine that have been fermenting for 1,000 years. We'll drink them together at the celebration banquet. You're making me thirsty. Chai Feng smacked his lips. Everyone broke into laughter. Disperse! Yang Kai shouted as the 4 warships quickly scattered. At the same time, the illusion arrays on each warship were activated. If they wanted to hide themselves, illusion arrays were the easiest and the most convenient method. Illusion arrays personally set up by the array great grandmasters of the Great Pass were more than enough to hoodwink the eyes and ears of the Black Ink clan patrols. Although nothing had physically changed about the current dawning light, if one wasn't close and didn't look carefully enough, they would only see an asteroid floating in the void. Countless asteroids were floating about in the void, so why would the Black Ink clan pay attention to one more? Dawning light kept moving forward at a steady pace. After 10 days, a slight furrow appeared on Yang Kai's brow as he stared into the dark void ahead. The situation was indeed as the old ancestor had stated. For the past 200 years, the Black Ink clan had been trying their best to create a defensive line, fearing that the humans would once again invade the royal city. The Black Ink clan had suffered heavy losses in the last war, and even the royal lord had suffered serious injuries which had yet to heal. Thus, the Black Ink clan did not want to fight the humans again. If it was possible, they would rather give up the royal city and seek refuge in another theater. At the very least, it would not be so vexing. But that was impossible. The royal lord's Black Ink nest was at the royal city. Giving up the royal city was equivalent to giving up the high-rank Black Ink nest. As far as the Black Ink clan was concerned, the high-rank Black Ink nests were their very root and foundation. How could they give one up so easily? So, they had elected to establish a defensive perimeter in order to block any human offensive, and the way they did so was extremely simple. By spending an inordinate amount of resources, they had spawned many Black Ink nests and then used those nests to produce a massive amount of Black Ink strength to fill the space around the royal city. Regardless of what method the humans could use to deal with the corruption of Black Ink strength, so long as the humans were within the range of Black Ink strength, the Black Ink clan would always have an advantage. One had to admit that although this method was expensive and time-consuming, it was quite effective. At the very least, after over 2 centuries of hard work, the distance which would need 10 days to reach the royal city had been filled with the Black Ink strength. Furthermore, the Black Ink strength was denser, the closer it was to the royal city. The Black Ink clan was like a fish in the water in such an environment, whereas it was anything but easy for the humans. The dawning light was about a month's journey from the royal city, but they were still able to see the billowing pitch-black darkness in the void ahead. This was the result of the Black Ink clan's efforts over the last 2 centuries. Because the old ancestor often came to the Black Ink clan territory to harass them, she was well aware of this situation. She had also killed a few Black Ink clansmen who had left the royal city to arrange things, but her killing had not produced much effect. Even if the old ancestor killed a group of Black Ink clansmen, the Black Ink clan would just send another team, and the old ancestor couldn't just remain here. Yang Kai furrowed his brow at the sight before him. This environment was extremely unfavorable for the human race. Although the humans would not fear the corruption of Black Ink strength as long as they were inside a warship, high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters still needed to go out to fight effectively. Even if they took purifying Black Ink pills in advance, the effects would be greatly reduced if they remained in such an environment for an extended period. Once the effects of the purifying Black Ink pill expired, things would turn dangerous for the humans. Be that as it may, the humans didn't have much of a choice in the face of such a situation. The only option they had left was to use Great Evolution Pass to launch a lightning-fast attack and eliminate the Black Ink clan as rapidly as possible. How many human masters would die in such a reckless battle? Yang Kai had no idea, nor did he want to think about it. Any sacrifice was worth it to destroy the Black Ink clan once and for all, but the fewer the sacrifices necessary, the better. Silently, dawning light sailed through the void and entered the region filled with Black Ink strength. This was the outermost ring of the Black Ink clan's defensive perimeter. Black Ink's strength here wasn't very rich, but so long as the Black Ink clan had sufficient time and invested enough resources, this outer ring would become the inner ring. Xianxia secretly rejoiced that Great Evolution Pass had only been preparing for 2 centuries before setting off for the crusade. If they had delayed a few more 100 years or even 1,000 years, the upcoming war would surely be multiple times more difficult. The moment dawning light entered the region covered in Black Ink strength, a pair of eyes from over 10 million kilometers away looked over. They belonged to a feudal lord, and after gazing in the dawning light's direction for a moment, he waved his hand. Immediately after, a high-rank Black Ink clansman stepped forward. "Sir Feudal Lord, there's something strange over there. Something entered the defense perimeter. Go investigate." An aggrieved look immediately appeared on the high-rank clansman's face as his heart started rapidly pounding in fear. This wasn't surprising, though, as the human old ancestor had been coming over quite frequently as of late. Would death not be certain if they were to run into her while checking out the situation? Nonetheless, as a subordinate of the feudal lord, he didn't dare refuse the latter's orders. However, he didn't go alone to investigate. Although it would not matter how many went if they really encountered the old ancestor, it was still better than going alone. After a while, the high-rank Black Ink clansman led a dozen or so others and flew in the direction pointed out by the feudal lord. The team led by the high-rank Black Ink clansman traveled a few million kilometers. Xianxia had already noticed them rushing over a few moments ago. It was not that Xianxia was trying to investigate, but rather he could feel the energy fluctuations coming towards them, and they were getting stronger and stronger as more time passed. Since Xianxia and the others were here to act as scouts, they would naturally conceal themselves and keep a sharp lookout. On top of that, no one in Dawn was actively using their divine sense to scan their surroundings to prevent revealing themselves. Everyone on Dawning Light held their breaths. The team of a dozen or so Black Ink clansmen stopped a few thousand kilometers away from the Dawning Light, and the leading Black Ink clansman carefully observed them for a moment before the tension left his face. To his relief, it was just an asteroid, and not the old ancestor. After confirming the situation, he had no intention of approaching to investigate further. After all, this had happened quite frequently over the years. The asteroids and universe fragments drifting through the void had no set pattern and would cross the defensive line every now and then. After having confirmed that there were no problems, the high-rank Black Ink clansman waved his hand and led his team back. The members of the Dawn immediately breathed a sigh of relief at the sight of their departure. The high-rank Black Ink clansman might not be that strong, and his eyesight might not be that sharp, so if they stayed calm, it was possible he wouldn't see through the illusion array's disguise. As long as he attacked Dawning Light, though, they would have been immediately exposed. Fortunately, the high-rank Black Ink clansman didn't seem to be the diligent type, which allowed Dawning Light to avoid detection. Shin Ao stated via transmission, "Squad leader, there's something strange about this." Xianxia nodded in agreement. It was indeed a little strange. Dawning Light had just crossed the Black Ink clan's defense perimeter, but the Black Ink clan had immediately set out to investigate. There was no way this was just a coincidence. If it wasn't a coincidence, though, could it be that the defensive perimeter made up of the Black Ink strength also served as a detection net? Was the Black Ink clan able to sense anything that entered a specific range? The old ancestor had never mentioned anything about this, so Xianxia could not say for certain. Of course, this wasn't the old ancestor's fault. Every time she came here, she would head straight for the royal city, so how could she have the time to pay attention to such minor details? What's more, even if the Black Ink clan patrols detected the old ancestor, the first thing they would do is run, not come to investigate. Since the Black Ink clan had arrived as soon as the Dawning Light crossed the Black Ink clan's defensive line, it would not hurt to be extra careful. Dawning Light's arrays were already operating at their lowest strength to prevent exposing themselves. Their original plan was to dive deeper into the Black Ink clan's territory and spy on their movements, but after this event, Xianxia promptly ordered to change the Dawning Light's direction and continue moving forward at a reduced speed. He wanted to know if everything that had happened was just a coincidence or if the Black Ink clan had detected their intrusion. If it was just a coincidence, then it would be a one-off instance, but if they did detect their intrusion, then the 4 scouting squads would only be able to play a limited role. After all, so long as they entered a certain range, the Black Ink clan would be able to detect them. Dawn was already lucky enough to avoid exposure once. So Xianxia didn't dare bet the life and death of his squad members on something as uncontrollable as luck. Dawning light continued drifting forward, silently and stealthily. Although they were still at the edge of the enemy defense perimeter, they would still occasionally encounter a few patrolling Black Ink clansmen. All of these patrols were led by feudal lords with a dozen or so lower-rank Black Ink clansmen following them. Judging by this, it was quite apparent how much importance the Black Ink clan attached to this defensive line, and how afraid they were of some human master breaking into it. The more this was the case, the more it showed that the Black Ink clan was at the end of its rope. Since ancient times until now, when had the Black Ink clan ever been so passive on the Black Ink battlefield? They had always been the ones attacking the Great Passes on a large scale. Even if they suffered heavy casualties, they would quickly refill their ranks and make a comeback within a few decades. Every time, the humans warded off the Black Ink clan, but only after painstaking efforts and sacrificing countless lives. Generation after generation, elites were sent from the 3,000 worlds to the Black Ink battlefield, but they barely managed to hold the line. Now, the Black Ink clan in Great Evolution Theater no longer had the capital to act arrogantly. This was the dawn of humanity's victory, the glory of Great Evolution Pass. About half a day later, another team of Black Ink clansmen flew towards Dawning Light, but they left soon after a brief investigation and finding nothing unusual. Xianxia and Xianxia, who were standing on the deck, looked at each other with serious expressions on their faces. It wasn't just a coincidence. The Black Ink clan could notice any intrusion of their defense line. I did not notice anyone spying on us, so how did the Black Ink clan discover us? Xianxia asked in confusion. Xianxia thought for a moment before replying, "Perhaps it's because of the Black Ink nests." The Black Ink nests? Ning Qizhi was confused. Xianxia slightly nodded. Old ancestor told me a few things about the royal city. After the withdrawal of the Great Evolution East-West Army, there was nothing unusual about the royal city at first, but after a decade or so, the Black Ink clan began to set up this kind of defensive line. So where did the Black Ink strength come from? Naturally, it came from Black Ink nests. Bai suddenly interjected, "I spotted 2 Black Ink nests from where we just passed by. Judging by their sizes, they should be low rank." Xianxia was beside himself in shock. "You can see them?" Bai looked at Xianxia and asked, "Squad leader, you can see them too, right?" The reason she could see this was because as a disciple of Divine Feather Paradise, she had to cultivate secret techniques in order to facilitate her archery skills. Xianxia also cultivated special techniques. The secret techniques of Myriad Demon's Heaven were not inferior to those of Divine Feather Paradise, perhaps even superior in some aspects. Xianxia and the others all looked towards Xianxia with a look of curiosity on their faces. Xianxia gave the confirmation, nodding. Indeed, there were 2 low-rank Black Ink nests. Just as the old ancestor suspected, the Black Ink clan seems to have gathered all the Black Ink nests outside the royal city to set up a defensive line filled with Black Ink strength. Originally, there was 1 high-rank Black Ink nest and nearly 100 mid-rank Black Ink nest in Great Evolution Theater. Furthermore, there were a few dozen low-rank Black Ink nests under each territory lord. In short, there were at least 1,000 low-rank Black Ink nests spread throughout the Great Evolution Theater, and that was not even counting the high-rank and mid-rank Black Ink nests. Although a number of them had been destroyed during the Great Evolution East-West Army's incursion, that was only a small part. The Black Ink clan still had a lot of Black Ink nests remaining. Where did these Black Ink nests go? Others might not know, but how could the old ancestor who had attacked the royal city repeatedly not? The dozens of mid-rank Black Ink nests had all been moved to the royal city to be better protected. The Black Ink clan had no choice in this matter, as there was no safe place for the Black Ink clan in the entire Great Evolution Theater apart from the royal city. If the Black Ink nests remained outside, they were at risk of being destroyed by the humans at any moment. Furthermore, many more low-rank Black Ink nests were arranged in the periphery of the royal city, which were then used to produce Black Ink strength using large amounts of resources, creating a strong defensive line. In other words, low-rank black ink nests could be found almost everywhere in the periphery of the royal city. These black ink nests would constantly generate black ink strength, filling the defensive line and expanding it outward. Every time the old ancestor attacked, she would destroy many black ink nests, but once she made a move, her position would be exposed, and the other black ink nests were quickly evacuated. Dawning light entered the range of 2 different low-rank black ink nests, and they were detected every time. So, it was obvious that the black ink strength did serve as a monitoring tool. Perhaps the feudal lord in charge of the black ink nest could sense when something came into contact with the surrounding black ink strength. After pondering for a moment, Xianxia ordered, "Inform the other 3 squads about this and tell them to be on guard." The current situation was a bit problematic. If they were lucky, they might be able to smoothly bypass the enemy patrols, but if they were down on their luck, and if one of the Black Ink clansmen who came to investigate launched an attack at them, Dawning Light would instantly be exposed. The illusion array set up on the Dawning Light only had concealing effects. It didn't provide any form of defense. Having received the order, Xianxia quickly took out some space beacons and sent messages to Chaifeng and the others. Meanwhile, Xianxia turned his gaze in the direction of the royal city. They were about a month's journey away from the Black Ink clan royal city, so when Great Evolution Pass arrived, it would definitely be discovered by the Black Ink clan. At that time, the royal city would quickly be able to gather its forces and prepare for the incoming attack. A month was more than enough time for the Black Ink clan to prepare completely, whereas Great Evolution Pass would lose its element of surprise. Was there any way to hoodwink the eyes and ears of the Black Ink clan? The only way to do so would be to take down some of the black ink nests in the outer ring without being discovered. It would be difficult, but not impossible. Having made up his mind, Xianxia ordered, "Carefully retreat from here and follow along the edge of the defensive line." He planned to first investigate the situation of the Black Ink clan's defensive line. The defensive line built using many black ink nests might have appeared like one enormous wall, but in reality it was bloated and uneven, so there may be some flaws. The reason why Xianxia wanted to withdraw was because he did not want to intrude into any black ink nest domains anymore. After all, they would be investigated every time they entered a new detection range. They might have been lucky so far, but each new inspection increased the risk of getting caught. Under the prudent control of the Dawn Squad's members, Dawning Light drifted through the Black Ink clan's defensive line and retreated. Once they were out of danger, Xianxia reported in a low voice. The other squads have replied back. The Old Turtle Squad and Profound Wind Squad had the same idea and have withdrawn from the defensive line to search for a gap to infiltrate. On the other hand, the Snow Wolf Squad said they want to go deeper. Deeper? Xianxia furrowed his brow. Xianxia nodded in response. Brother Yao said that since the black ink nests are all placed on the outer ring to build the defensive line, once the defensive line is pushed outward, the black ink nests would definitely move along with it. In other words, there are no black ink nests in the inner ring. No feudal lords should be guarding the inner perimeter, which would make it safer to set up a reconnaissance position. Xianxia pondered for a moment before replying, "That may be so, but the black ink strength in the depths of the defensive line is also denser, and many Black Ink clan squads should be patrolling that zone, so it's not necessarily safer than the periphery. If we get caught in the periphery, we can still find a chance to escape, but if we get caught deeper inside, the consequences would be dire." It had also crossed his mind, but as a scout of the main army, Xianxia naturally had to prioritize keeping Great Evolution Pass movements a secret. Eliminating the Black Ink clan's eyes and ears, increasing the chances of Great Evolution Pass surprise attack being successful was the appropriate choice. Still, they might be able to obtain more information if they ventured deeper. "Can you still contact him?" Xianxia asked. Xianxia denied, shaking his head. Brother Yao has already cut off contact. Although the disturbance caused by their communication was extremely small, if a master happened to be nearby, they might notice it. Since Yao Kongchang was leading the Snow Wolves squad deeper into the enemy defense line, he would naturally not contact Xianxia and the others. The safest choice would be to keep the space beacon in his space ring to avoid any possible mistakes. Xianxia couldn't help frowning. Still, Yao Kongchang must have his own plans, so Xianxia didn't object. In any case, the other party was a veteran 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Furthermore, there were 4 squads present, 3 of which were on the periphery, so entering the inner circle was indeed a better use of their resources. Be that as it may, Xianxia had originally wanted to discuss with the others about letting Dawning Light scout the inner region. After all, he was proficient in the Tao of space, so if they got caught, he could take the cultivators under 7th Order into his small universe to escape. Dawn had better chances of escaping if they ran into trouble than any other squad. Now that the Snow Wolves had severed contact though, Xianxia had no choice but to give up on this idea. All he could do now was hope that everything went smoothly. Yao Kongcheng was indeed right. All the low-rank black ink nests were arranged at the periphery to act as detectors. So, even though the black ink strength was denser in the inner region, it would be easier to sneak around. At the very least, the feudal lords managing the black ink nests would not be able to monitor everything at such a distance. Perhaps they might gain something different. Xianxia threw this matter to the back of his mind and focused on searching for flaws in the Black Ink clan's defensive line as Dawning Light moved around the periphery. They did not have that much time as they had only advanced a 2-month distance ahead of Great Evolution Pass. In other words, Great Evolution Pass would be arriving within 2 months. If they failed to take care of the Black Ink clan's detection net by then, the surprise attack would be exposed. 2 months might seem like a long time, but it wasn't easy to find a gap in this massive Black Ink strength defensive line. With the Black Ink strength continuously spreading over time, the Black Ink clan's defensive line was constantly moving outwards. Fortunately, given the vast area that needed to be covered, the outer edge of the defense line did not advance very quickly. Dawn did not encounter the Old Turtles or Profound Wind squads as it continued its search. The Black Ink clan's defensive line was a huge sphere centered around the royal city, covering a range of about 1 month's distance from the royal city. Currently, the 3 squads, including Dawning Light, were moving along the outer arc of this sphere. The chances of running into each other in such a large area were quite slim. At a certain point, Xianxia, who was attentively observing from the deck, seemed to have noticed something as he looked back. Much to his surprise, a large ship was flying straight towards Dawning Light from the depths of the void. Xianxia's heart immediately leapt into his throat. Much to their shock and dismay, there was a Black Ink clan ship out here away from the defensive line. If it crashed into them, Dawning Light would definitely be exposed. Even if it didn't crash into them, the Black Ink clansmen on the ship might try to brush the asteroid in their path aside. At the time, Dawning Light would undoubtedly be exposed. Everyone aboard Dawning Light immediately looked nervous. Xianxia signaled with his eyes and, in a flash, everyone secretly circulated their strength, preparing to attack at any moment. If they were fast enough, they might be able to eliminate the Black Ink clan on the ship before the enemy inside the defensive line noticed anything. Of course, there was also a possibility that they might get exposed. But at this moment, they could only take a gamble. When they were just 100,000 kilometers away from each other, the Black Ink clan ship changed directions, almost brushing past Dawning Light as it plunged back into the Black Ink clan's defensive line. Everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It was quite dangerous. It was not dangerous for Dawning Light to be exposed as Dawn was strong enough to eliminate everyone on the Black Ink clan ship. However, once they were exposed, things would become complicated for the other 3 squads, especially the Snow Wolf squad, which was deep behind enemy lines. The Snow Wolves were in a very dangerous position, and once the Black Ink clan started investigating more carefully, they would have no place to hide. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. But what puzzled Xianxia was why there were still Black Ink clansmen roaming about outside. Where did they come from and what were they doing? With a flash of thought, his left eye turned into a golden vertical eye. Thanks to the demon eye of annihilation, Xianxia's vision pierced through the layers of Black Ink strength and followed after the ship. It was not just him observing, Bai Yi was also spying on the enemy, obviously having the same concerns as him. Under the watchful eyes of the two, the ship headed straight for the nearest low-rank Black Ink nest. When it was halfway there, they ran into a team of Black Ink clansmen who had come to investigate the situation, whereafter they joined up and continued towards the Black Ink nest. Soon, the ship arrived before the Black Ink nest. A tall feudal lord walked out from the Black Ink nest and chatted with another Black Ink clansman who came down from the ship. After receiving a space ring from the other party, The feudal lord nodded before returning to the black ink nest. The large ship didn't stop for long. After handing over a space ring, it turned around and once again brushed past Dawning Light before disappearing off into the void. Aboard Dawning Light, Xianxia and Bai Yi had seen everything clearly and looked at each other, exchanging glances. Bai Yi voiced her guess in a low voice. Resources. Xianxia nodded in agreement. It has to be. Xianxia and the others, on the other hand, were all confused. A confused Ning Qizhi immediately asked, "What are you two going on about? What's up with that Black Ink Clan ship? And why did it come out so quickly?" No one else in Dawn had cultivated a powerful eye-secret technique, so they couldn't see what transpired under the shroud of the black ink strength. Bai Yi shot a glance at Xianxia, and seeing that he had no intention of explaining, she replied, "The Black Ink clansmen on that ship are responsible for harvesting and delivering resources. Naturally, they went to continue mining." Realization immediately dawned upon Xianxia. The Black Ink clan must have consumed an unimaginable amount of resources to set up such a massive defensive line. Not only are these low-rank Black Ink nests in the periphery consuming tremendous resources, but even the mid-rank and high-rank Black Ink nests in the royal city must be consuming resources. Even if the Black Ink clan has amassed mountains of resources over the years, they might be struggling to make ends meet now. They must be sending these ships out to mine more. Bai Yi nodded in agreement. The Black Ink clan must be sending out members to mine resources like the ones on that ship, and none of them are very strong. The Black Ink clansmen on that ship were basically all low-rank Black Ink clansmen, with a few high-rank Black Ink clansmen overseeing them. The feudal lords were all stationed near the royal city or in the defense line, so such a dangerous task like mining resources could only be left to the high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen. If the old ancestor really attacked, they would be the first ones to die. Why didn't we see them before? Ning Qizhi furrowed in confusion. Xianxia conjectured, "The Black Ink clansmen mining resources must come and go in a hurry, and we've been traveling around the periphery, so it's not strange that we haven't seen them. If they had remained in one place to monitor a specific Black Ink nest, they would have seen many Black Ink clan ships returning from mining resources, but Dawning Light had been drifting about searching for flaws in the Black Ink clan's defensive line, so it wasn't a surprise they had missed such a quick exchange. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The Black Ink clan didn't patrol outside the defensive line, so the squads didn't encounter any danger. On the other hand, they saw Black Ink clan ships returning from mining resources twice. It wasn't until a month later that Xianxia, who had been standing on the deck observing the defensive line the whole time, had a change in expression. The next moment, his left pupil turned golden as he focused his attention towards the interior of the Black Ink clan's perimeter. After silently observing for a while, he let out a long sigh of relief. At last, he had finally found a gap which he could exploit. Perhaps it was because the defensive line outside the royal city was too large, or perhaps it was because there weren't enough Black Ink nests, but the number of Black Ink nests were noticeably sparser in the defensive line where Dawning Light was currently at. In this spot, so long as he could somehow take down the 3 adjacent Black Ink nests, the gap would be wide enough for Great Evolution Pass to pass through unnoticed. Of course, Great Evolution Pass would need to coordinate with them. Otherwise, the nearby Black Ink nests would definitely notice such a massive object passing through. After all, the feudal lords weren't blind. After thinking about it for a while, Xianxia took out a jade slip and recorded a message on it with his divine sense before handing it to Xianxia. "Send it back to Great Evolution Pass and ask them about their status." The position he was eyeing was different from the route planned for Great Evolution Pass surprise attack. It was slightly to the left, so if Great Evolution Pass wanted to attack from this position, they would have to change course. Xianxia had no idea if Great Evolution Pass would be able to change course or not, so he first sent the message to ask. He would only take action if they could. Otherwise, there would be no point in taking down these 3 Black Ink nests if Great Evolution Pass could not come here. The entire plan hinged on Great Evolution Pass cooperation and coordination. Xianxia quickly sent the jade slip back to Great Evolution Pass through a space beacon. Xianxia had to wait a bit to receive the reply, a full 3 hours, in fact. Obviously, Great Evolution Pass side needed some time to calculate everything. Traces of Xianxia's divine sense could be felt on the jade slip sent by Great Evolution Pass, with the message reading, "Great Evolution Pass can change course, but it will take a few more days. Be careful." It wasn't an easy task to change the course of a massive mobile palace artifact like Great Evolution Pass. It was completely different from the warships, which could nimbly and swiftly change direction with the coordination of a few mid-rank open heaven realm masters. The change in the course of Great Evolution Pass required the combined efforts of the Old Ancestor and many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. What's more, even making a small detour required a massive amount of space to act as a buffer. Fortunately, Great Evolution Pass was still a month away from Xianxia's position at its current speed. If it had been even a bit closer, Great Evolution Pass might not have been able to cooperate. Xianxia's affirmation meant that his plan was feasible. The problem now was how to approach the Black Ink Nest and quickly eliminate the Black Ink clansmen guarding it without alerting the enemy. These Black Ink Nests were only guarded by feudal lords, so destroying them was not an issue. The difficult part was how to prevent the Black Ink clan on guard from passing on the news. Communication between Black Ink Nest was far too convenient, and dawn would inevitably be exposed once they took action. If they failed to immediately kill the feudal lords and seize control of the Black Ink Nests, word of the attack would immediately spread. No matter how convenient the Tao of Space was, it wasn't much use in this situation. After pondering the issue for a while, Xianxia felt that he could only use the Black Ink clan's mining teams. He had seen these teams approach the Black Ink Nests directly, and with his current strength, so long as he was close and found his target, he could instantly kill the feudal lord in charge. He would need to take some risks, but they were still within acceptable limits. Under this command, Dawning Light slowly stopped and waited quietly. Xianxia wasn't sure when the Black Ink clan mining teams would return, but as there were so many of them, one would surely appear soon. After about 10 days, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes and stared off into the void. A Black Ink clan ship was rapidly approaching from that direction, and judging by past examples, it would enter the defensive line and transfer the resources to the Black Ink Nest. After observing the route of this ship, Xianxia's divine sense undulated as he issued a command. The next moment, Dawning Light, which had remained motionless for more than 10 days, began drifting again like a rogue asteroid. In a flash, it happened to be blocking the way of the Black Ink clan ship. A high-rank Black Ink clansman was standing on the deck, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Fear was clearly visible on his face. This was not surprising as the human Old Ancestor had been attacking Royal City quite frequently recently. Although they were a fair distance from the Royal City, no one knew from which direction the Old Ancestor would appear. If she appeared somewhere nearby, they would not be able to take even a casual attack from her. As such, he would always be on edge every time he returned from outside. The reason the Black Ink clan mining teams came and left in a hurry was firstly because they were entrusted with a crucial mission, and secondly and most importantly, they were terrified of running into the Old Ancestor. In contrast, mining resources outside was relatively safe. At the very least, since they were far away from the Royal City and with no signs of the human army attacking, there was no threat to them. After observing for a moment, the high-rank Black Ink clansman breathed a sigh of relief. There were no signs of explosions coming from the Royal City, so the Old Ancestor was probably not here. Strangely enough, that Old Ancestor seemed to have calmed down quite a bit and has not shown her face for a while. Just a few years ago, she would come every 2 or 3 months. Rumor has it that the Royal Lord had flown into a rage over this, and many of his close aides lost their lives due to his rampage. He secretly rejoiced that he was not on duty at the Royal City. Otherwise, he would have to live a life of constant fear. An asteroid happened to be blocking their way, but the high-rank Black Ink clansmen didn't care. In the vast void, asteroids like these were fragments of shattered universe worlds and could be found everywhere. It was quite a normal sight. Be that as it may, the Black Ink clan ships weren't very sturdy as the Black Ink clan's craftsmanship wasn't very good. The ships at most could be used as big flying artifacts, a far cry from human warships which were extremely sturdy. Even an asteroid like the one in their way could damage the ship if they simply rammed into it. While the high-rank Black Ink clansman was feeling faintly envious of the human race's ability to refine warships, he suddenly noticed something amiss. Gazing at the asteroid, he was surprised to find that it was constantly changing its direction. What's going on? Before this high-rank black ink clansman could figure out what was wrong, a cold and grim face suddenly appeared in front of him. He didn't even sense when the other party had arrived. A human face? Enemy attack! The high-rank black ink clansman's reaction was quite quick. He realized what was going on in the blink of an eye, and instinctively raised his fist as he was about to shout. But the surrounding space instantly froze. His hand, which had barely twitched, was frozen in place. Not only that, an immense pressure came bearing down on him, under which he was unable to muster the strength to utter a single word. Immediately, a large hand covered his face as everything went black before his eyes, and he fell unconscious. The space around the ship vibrated, and by the time Xianxia and the others arrived, all the Black Ink clansmen aboard the ship had been terminated. There were 3 high-rank and a dozen or so low-rank Black Ink clansmen on the ship, with the strongest of the 3 high-rank clansmen only equivalent to 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Taking care of such a force was as easy as breathing for Xianxia. Dawn quickly boarded the ship, silently and stealthily. Xianxia stretched out his hand and stored dawning light in his small universe before ordering, "Everyone below the high-rank Open Heaven Realm, enter my small universe." Saying so, he opened a portal to his small universe. Now that they had seized the Black Ink clan's ship that was transporting resources, they would then be going into the enemy's defensive line to infiltrate the Black Ink nest. Dawn had a lot of members, 50 in total, so if all of them boarded the ship, they would be easily caught no matter how much they tried to conceal their auras. Having just the 7th-order masters outside was the best choice. If they ran into trouble, the 7th-order masters would be able to quickly escape. Everyone complied and entered the portal, following Miao Fei Ping's lead. Soon, only Xianxia's group of 7 remained on the ship. Xianxia quickly understood the structure of the Black Ink clan's flying artifact after a quick scan of it with his divine sense. The Black Ink clan's artifacts were refined by Black Ink disciples, so there was nothing special about it. "Take the pill," Xianxia ordered again before everyone quickly took out a purifying Black Ink pill and swallowed it. With the World Tree clone in his small universe, Xianxia was not afraid of the corruption of Black Ink strength, but the same was not true for Xianxia and the others. Although a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master could resist the corruption of the Black Ink strength for a short time by covering themselves with their own strength, they could not maintain such a state for an extended period. Additionally, resisting the Black Ink strength's corruption would greatly consume one's world force and also create quite an obvious energy fluctuation which would immediately expose them. The purifying Black Ink pill was the most effective way to prevent the corruption of Black Ink strength. Xianxia looked at Renbing Bai and stated, "Brother Run, you fly the ship." Renbing Bai agreed with a nod. Saying so, he turned and left, heading to the cabin. Xianxia pondered for a moment before he flew out of the ship, punched a hole in the bow and tore off a few planks before returning. All the Black Ink clansmen on the ship had been killed already, so they didn't have any way to disguise themselves. All he could hope was that the tattered state of the ship would attract the attention of the Black Ink clan and make it easier for them to act. On the other side, Renbing Bai had already activated the ship's spirit arrays. The ship hummed as it flew towards the defense line shrouded in Black Ink strength and plunged into it. Xianxia solemnly stated, "Everyone, conceal your auras as best you can. Very soon, a Black Ink clan patrol will be coming to investigate. At that time, I will restrain them and you will quickly kill them." According to his previous observations, every time a foreign body broke into the defense line, the Black Ink clan team from the closest Black Ink nest would be deployed to investigate. Of course, it was not an absolute and there were exceptions sometimes, but it was true for most cases. While everyone was concealing their auras, Xianxia did the exact opposite. Not only did he not converge his aura, but he began leaking a large amount of Black Ink strength. He wouldn't have been able to do this if it was in the past. Although his small universe had sealed quite a lot of Black Ink strength, it wasn't this rich. But now, there was a low-rank Black Ink nest in his small universe, constantly producing Black Ink strength and incubating the Black Ink serfs for the disciples of the Void Dao Temple to fight. It was now easy for him to emanate such rich Black Ink strength, All he needed to do was pull some from the black ink nest and release it. In the blink of an eye, the entire deck of the ship was shrouded in a thick layer of black ink strength, concealing everyone's figures. The ship rapidly flew forward, but after a moment, Bai suddenly sent a transmission. A black ink clan squad is approaching. Obviously, the black ink nest had sensed that something had entered the perimeter and sent a patrol to investigate. Both sides quickly approached each other. Dawn's Seventh Order masters quickly got ready to attack. A short while later, the investigating squad of black ink clansmen laid their eyes on the ship. At a glance, they could tell that the ship was heading towards the black ink nest and black ink strength was surging from the deck. The leading high-rank clansman was greatly confused though. He had no idea what was wrong with his fellow clansmen and why they were giving off so much black ink strength. Looking at the damaged bow, it seemed like it had been attacked by someone. He figured that they had run into humans outside. Otherwise, he was unable to explain the current situation. While they were still in a daze, the ship suddenly sped up and arrived before them in the blink of an eye. The Black Ink Clan patrol was stunned, and before they could react, the surrounding space solidified as a tremendous suction force emerged from the ship. The Black Ink Clan team was unable to control themselves and were all pulled towards the ship in a flash. What greeted them next was Dawn's Seventh Order Master's attacks. Although there were over a dozen Black Ink Clansmen in this patrol team, since no feudal lord was leading them, they were unable to mount any resistance against the Seventh Order Masters of Dawn and were instantly killed. Without making any sound or leaking any aura, the ship continued flying forward, as if the Black Ink Clansmen had never appeared. The disappearance of over a dozen life auras should have been noticed if there were any Black Ink Clansmen nearby, but as the Black Ink nests were still quite far and Dawn finished everything quickly and without leaking too much energy, they were able to take down the enemy patrol without anyone's notice. In any case, this was just the first step. The next test was to capture the Black Ink Nest. If they succeeded in taking down the Black Ink Nest, Dawn would have successfully pried open a gap in the Black Ink Clan's defense perimeter. But if they failed, if they were exposed, all they could do was make a big commotion to attract the attention of the Black Ink Clan and use this opportunity to warn the Old Turtle Squad, Profound Wind Squad, and the Snow Wolf Squad that was deep behind the Black Ink Clan's lines to retreat. A short time later, the Black Ink Nest was already faintly visible. The Black Ink Clan had most of their troops defending the royal city, and the defensive line they had set up was so huge that almost all of the low-rank Black Ink Nests had been used. As such, each low-grade Black Ink Nest should not have too many feudal lords guarding it. Xianxia reckoned that there should be 2 or 3 at most. Dawn had more than enough strength to take down such a force without leaving any traces. Xianxia sent a transmission to everyone. Later, I will enter the Black Ink Nest straight away, while you all deal with the Black Ink Clansmen outside. I will also use space techniques to assist you. In order to cut off the Black Ink Clan's communication with the outside world, Xianxia had to enter the Black Ink Nest and instantly seize control of it. Only he could do this. Shin Ao nodded. Don't worry. There will be no disturbances. Xianxia nodded before looking ahead. There was a Black Ink Nest ahead, and many Black Ink Clansmen were gathered outside. One of them even happened to be a feudal lord. The other Black Ink Clansmen also looked over, while the feudal lord's brow wrinkled in suspicion. This was not surprising though, as the ship returning to transport resources seemed a bit strange. Its hull was damaged and its deck was shrouded in a thick layer of black ink strength, making it difficult to see inside clearly. Most importantly, the Black Ink Clan team who had gone to investigate had not yet returned. It never crossed his mind that a human would even dare to enter this place, but he instinctively felt that something was off about this situation. Without waiting for the ship to approach, the feudal lord shouted, "Stop! Which team are you with?" Currently, the resources required by the Black Ink Nests were all provided by the subordinates of the Black Ink Nests feudal lords. The royal city was not responsible for them. Not only that, but the royal city also needed them to provide resources. After all, every time the human race old ancestor attacked, the royal lord would have to use a large amount of the Black Ink Nest's power to fight her off, so the consumption was enormous. Generally speaking, every feudal lord had sent more than one team to extract resources, ranging from 2 to 5 in total. As such, the feudal lord had no idea which mining team had returned, but he could confirm that they should be subordinates because his symbol was on the ship. Yang Kai, who was on the ship, replied in panic, "Sir Feudal Lord, we encountered a human race master outside and were outnumbered. The rest of my team all died in battle. Naturally, this was just nonsense to attract the other party's attention." As expected, the feudal lord's expression changed after hearing this, and he asked in fright, "You encountered a human?" The Black Ink clansmen around him also fell into panic. It should be known that the Great Evolution East-West Army had attacked the royal city time and time again, traumatizing the Black Ink clan. Every time the humans attacked, the Black Ink clan would suffer massive casualties. Since ancient times, there had never been a theater like Great Evolution Theater, where the Black Ink clan was so completely suppressed and frightened. They used to look down on the humans as Great Evolution Pass was the only great pass the Black Ink clan had ever occupied. They believed that the Black Ink clan army of Great Evolution Theater was the most powerful Black Ink clan army. That all changed a few hundred years ago, and ever since that war ended, the Black Ink clan had invested everything into constructing a defense line of Black Ink strength to prevent the human race army from attacking again. But now even the mining team so close to the perimeter had encountered humans. Are the humans about to launch another attack? Will the Royal Lord be able to resist this time? Will Great Evolution Theater be the first to be conquered by the humans? For a time, many distracting thoughts flashed across the feudal lord's mind. Meanwhile, the ship was rapidly approaching. "Attack!" Yang Kai shouted as he urged his space principles, enveloping the entire region ahead of him. At the same time, his figure flashed past the Black Ink clansmen outside and rushed straight into the Black Ink nest. He wanted to find the feudal lord in charge of this Black Ink nest and take him down first. Under the imprisonment of the surrounding space, all of the Black Ink clansmen immediately went stiff, while the weaker Black Ink clansmen were fully immobilized. At that moment, an arrow silently flew out from the ship, almost keeping pace with Yang Kai. The arrow flew straight towards the feudal lord's chest, and if everything went smoothly, it would have pierced through his body and reaped his life. But in the end, the other party was still a feudal lord. In this moment of life and death, he somehow managed to move his body to the side just a little, so while the arrow still pierced through him, it missed his vitals. Damn it! Bai Yi ground her teeth. Her archery skills had already reached the realm of perfection, so it would have been a piece of cake for her to kill a feudal lord with a single arrow under normal circumstances. She had accompanied Yang Kai everywhere over the years, and countless feudal lords had lost their lives to her arrows. But she could not use any powerful secret techniques in this place, so the arrow she loosed was only able to display 70% of her power. She thought that it would be enough to kill her opponent, but contrary to her expectations, she had underestimated her enemy and made a mistake. Seeing that the feudal lord was about to shout, a cold glint flashed past Bai Yi's eyes as she prepared to fire a second arrow. Her arrow was extremely fast, so she would have ample time to kill the feudal lord before he could raise a fuss. But before she could fire an arrow, a sea of blood suddenly appeared over the feudal lord and instantly drowned him. Not only the feudal lord, but even the dozen or so clansmen around him were not spared. A thick, malevolent aura was emanating from the suddenly formed blood sea.